Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to... I am, as ever, your host, the Runner. Hey, CTC Gamer. How life be good? Hopefully life be good, I should say. So, I was spending some time this morning typing up my thoughts. First thing I want to say, and this is kind of for the YouTube viewers as well, people who watch the stream live tend to get a pretty good idea of what positives and negatives are, because you're here, you see the stuff on the screen, so you know what the positive and negative is. But the actual document, which ends up going up on the website once the stream is done, I've gotten into the habit, bit by bit, of being too truncated about that, and I had a couple of comments about that. And so I've decided, pretty much ever since Starfield, I believe, is when I really started it. So kind of recently, I've been trying to be a lot more verbose about explaining positives and negatives on the document so that people can, understand the points and not just take my word for it, essentially. So basically, I'm just asking for feedback on that. For the moment, I'm going to keep doing that. We'll see what people think of it. Second thing I wanted to point out. I wanted you all to be able to hear the music of this game, because Lord knows you can't hear it in the game itself. You'll notice that's what we have playing right now is the Other M soundtrack in the background there. Just to be able to gauge and judge the music. I do think the music direction is bad, but the music itself is something that I wanted people to be able to listen to. So for the next few minutes, you'll listen to some much Other M music while we debate one other thing, which we have to debate. And that is deckfish. Is deckfish a deck made out of fish coming out of like the house, like on those Hollywood houses where they've just got those massive decks with like 5-story tall pillars keeping them up? Or is it a fish that punches you really hard, like right in the face? Just bam! You be the judge. I do like the idea of a deck fish. Just wham, That's just a Pokemon at that point. So, Skyrim block. Sorry, the BRPG block. Sorry. Dead Rising and Signalis? What is Signalis? Is that on the list? Yeah, you fish it out of the water and it goes, hey! Signalis is not on the list. What is Signalis? It's apparently on Steam. It's apparently a survival horror game. It apparently came out 2 years ago. Well, if you'd like to add Signalis to the list, you can. I am okay with that being a thing. It looks like I will have no issues streaming it. Okay. So, for those of you not aware of how this works, so I will not be putting that to the BRPG block or the Dead Rising block, because if you add a new game to the list, actually 30 minutes late register, if you add a new game to the list, then that's the only thing you can add. It's the one thing, the game. It's the only exception to the plural voting rule. So, I have absolutely no problem adding Signalis, if that is your wish. Okay. What genre is this game? Other M, I mean, not Signalis. Signalis, we already talked about that. And I know that you're thinking, well, of course it's a such and such, but the thing is, it's not a Metroidvania. I know this. I've played enough of it just yesterday to determine it's not a Metroidvania. So I can't put it there. And it's not a 2D platformer, even though it is in many ways designed like one. But so much more emphasis is on the combat and the boss fights, which makes sense. This is Team Ninja, and what are they big on? Yeah, so I was going to categorize this last night. You may or may not notice, I'm sure most of you did not notice, as of this moment in time, the previous game is not in a playlist. For those of you who don't know, all of my games go into playlists to help keep things organized and help people to find certain types of games. It's something that was a requested feature years ago, and it's something I've been trying to be good about ever since. But I couldn't quite decide what playlist to put this in. Because, yeah, the problem is, the only genre I could come up with to put this in was action-adventure, which, for those of you who don't know, is the generic category. It's the miscellaneous bag of games, right? Kind of on purpose. If you call something action adventure, then it's just kind of over there on its own, right? I could make a Metroid playlist, but the whole point is to compare. So the whole point of the genres for me is to compare and contrast games of similar types. That's the only purpose behind genres at all, is to compare and contrast. So, I mean, Mega Man Legends, I believe we did actually put that under generic action. Give me a minute, I'll double check that. By the way, you can type !mark genre in chat to see the exact same categories I'm talking about right now. Yep, Mega Man Legends 1 and 2, we both put under the generic category. I mean, I kind of agree with you. You know, we've got Assassin's Creed, Beyond Good and Evil, Far Cry's, Mega Man Legends, as just mentioned, Star Wars Bounty Hunter, Force Unleashed. All of that just kind of goes into generico. I don't know, Act. I'll deal with that later. A little flag there. See, that's not a bad point, Asdamine. It's just, it feels so inaccurate. I could put it in the Metroidvania playlist for YouTube, and then put it in the action category for the actual genre comparison. Because, I mean, it's not a Metroidvania. It'd be like trying to review, I don't know, Castlevania 1, and putting Castlevania 1 under Metroidvania, right? It's not. Oops. In fact, if you pay attention to the actual Metroidvania category we've got going on there, there are a couple of specific franchises where only one game dips into it, or two games in the case of, say, Shantae. No, it super does not, Darkrai. The Assassin's Creeds are generico action. At best, we could call them Assassin's Creed games, but at the moment we only have two. I don't know if you like having a genre of two. Yeah, Mega Man Legends. It's a Mega Man game, but it totally isn't, right? I think that's not a bad idea. So, okay, let me pull this up right now. We're doing it live. Good morning, Bregman. Yeah, there is an open up section. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I also did not put the recent The Messenger in Metroidvania, because I feel it is more a 2D platformer. Now you're probably thinking, but it is a Metroidvania. So when it comes to those kind of categorizations, there are plenty of games that kind of get some good rest, Duckfish. There are plenty of games out there that belong in more than one genre, right? And that's easy. That's easy to explain. That's easy to understand. So generally, I tend to focus on the thing that the game itself is more focused on. Yeah, exactly. So The Messenger is a 2D platformer with Metroidvania elements, or God of War 5 is an action combat game with RPG elements, or Hollow Knight is a Dark Souls-like with platformer Metroidvania elements, and so forth and so on, right? You get it. There's some cross-pollination there, so I generally look at what I consider to be the thing the game is focused on the most. And then occasionally there's games that just bypass everything and spit in my face. Well, I actually just answered that act. If you look under Souls-likes, you'll find Hollow Knight. There's not a lot of games in there. Bloodborne, Code Vein, Elden Ring, and Hollow Knight. Guess which one is scoring the best of those four? Death system and emphasis on combat, and the way that... the specific type of emphasis on combat and the emphasis on bosses. That's a Souls-like to a T. I mean, I'm sorry. Hollow Knight is a Souls-like pushed into a 2D Metroidvania, and lots of people have argued, including me, by the way, that several actual Souls games are, in fact, Metroidvanias. But I'm getting way off topic here. I think I agree. We'll put it here. We'll put it here. So, Metroid, there I am. I'll just jot that down for now. And then we'll put this in the Metroidvania thing for searchability. Give me a moment to update a few things really quick. While we're doing this, there's something I've been meaning to bring up, and I just haven't really had time. And if I bring it up now, I don't have to play Other M for a few more minutes. It has been posited... subreddits, right? It has been posited that we treat MSQs in games like we do intros and outros. Now, I do actually have my own thoughts on this matter. But I thought I'd ask what you all think on the matter regarding this concept. So for those of you not aware, we judge intros and outros harsher than other aspects of the game. As you can tell by the music. And so an intro essentially just has to be better than average in order to earn positives, and it's more easy for an intro to earn negatives by virtue of being only a little bad. Same thing with outros. What song is this? Oh, we've actually already fought that boss. This is the tutorial boss. This is the tutorial boss. Thoughts? Obviously, Blade Timbal was the one who suggested this, so I imagine he has something to say. Oh, that would be wild, isn't it? The Other M line. Good morning, Junk Garage. No. I've seen your thoughts, Blade Troll. I even understand your reasoning. And if anybody on YouTube, since we are recording, wants to share their thoughts, I'm more than listening. Let me make sure I've got everything up to date here. So it looks like I do. I also think I agree with Blade Jamal, not about the MSQ thing, but about the authorization thing. I think I'm just going to double up that negative, because you're absolutely right. Okay. Moving on. Hope you enjoyed that music, because you'll never hear it again. Let me get the heal button going here. There we go. Okay. Where's my controller? There it is. I actually asked a friend of mine. Ghost of Tsushima style Metroid game? Done. I actually asked a friend of mine. If they thought I was being too harsh on the controls, because, you know, I'm playing on an emulator and kind of forcing it into submission. The answer was no. For those of you who don't actually remember this, or have never played this on the you know, the Wii, this game sucks to control on the Wii. In fact, it probably sucks more because this whole thing I have to keep doing Right now, it's just a button press. Imagine having to do this every time you have to do that. And then put it back into the thing, and then... Yeah, no, the controls are terrible. The controls are just straight up awful. Yep, no, this is the way forwards. Okay. Hey, can I authorize the grapple beam, please?
Okay, Samus. Head to Sector 2. There's a high probability of survivors hiding there. We'll have to take care of that freak of nature later.
Okay. Okay, sure. You know, speaking of things that this game doesn't understand about Metroid games, have you noticed how the backtracking is just backtracking? No variance. No difference in what you're doing, or what you're fighting, or how you're interacting with it. Just going back through the same area again. And then the door closes because you happen to get in combat by accident. Yeah, no alternate means of movement. No traversal tech, no variance to the stages itself. Just, you know. So I don't know if you saw that. We've talked before about how the shots don't actually have the... don't work like shots should. You probably couldn't even tell, but just now I actually shot behind the guy and it still hit him because of how automatically tracking they are. I hate this game so much. They really want you to spam this ability, you know, the dodge that doesn't have a button dedicated towards it. They really want you to use these things, too. I don't know, is it Crazy Taxi? Or is it like regular Taxi? It changes things. Yeah, that's another thing. Shots just hit the target rather than being a shot. Then yes, I would here. Obvious fusion reference is obvious.
This elevator is bound for Sector 2. A level 4 warning is now in effect in Sector 2. An irregularity in the climate control systems of Sector 2 has been confirmed. Please be sure to wear protective equipment and use extreme care when moving around this floor.
Oh yeah, Act. He is turbo proud of this game. He has said many times he wouldn't change anything about it, that he thinks this is the pinnacle of what Metroid should be. Now, how true that is actually kind of debatable. Because sometimes there's this thing called stubbornness, which you've probably never heard of. Where people will, you know, knuckle under, right? They'll be like, you know, hey, what do you think of this terrible failure you did? Well, I don't think it was a failure at all. I think it was your fault. You didn't see how great it is.
Process successful.
Yeah. Now, having said that, he has gone on record about that, like, a lot. Like weirdly a lot. So it's entirely possible he means that. And if that's true, that's sort of pathetic and sad. But, point remaining. Yeah, listen. Let's just say, we've encountered this year with Starfield. Thank you, Fife. Always appreciate you. I'll go ahead and jot that down for WoW War Within. Wait, you can donate to WoW and FF14? I don't know if that's allowed, man. And the Mario Kart block. Much appreciate you. That's true. Why even play a game? Why not just, you know, put the game down? That's always the solution, right? Honestly, probably not, Blade Jamal. The authorization mechanic is... It's just a piss-poor way of explaining the reset, and I don't think it works. I'm not even sure what would be necessary to make that work. I'd have to really think about that. Reminder that canonically we already have the plasma beam. Twice. Put that out for no reason. No, it's not a bad idea. And to be clear, I think your idea would be better than what we have. I don't want to sound dismissive. It's just such a terrible thing. The one and only thing I'm with when it comes to the authorization mechanic is power bombs. For the reasons already stated, power bombs are crazy. So being like, all right, Samus, you got this. Don't use any power bombs. And Samus is like, okay. And then have him spend, like, I don't know, 15 minutes explaining why you shouldn't use power bombs. Because we can't say anything simply in this game. Good morning, Noctis. And yeah, the problem with the authorization mechanic is something that really goes down to a fundamental problem, not just an execution problem. If you're being authorized, then what are you exploring the game for? And the answer is, of course, you're not. But that's the problem. This is a Metroidvania. Right? Like, this is sort of the name of the game. It's supposed to be Metroidvania, I should say. So if you're not exploring to go unlock things and get power-ups and all that, what are you doing? Getting missile tanks? Hell, exploration is so key to this series that it's the primary pillar of Metroid 2 on the Game Boy. You know, funnily enough, I can think of a Metroid game where you can explore for the story. It's called Prime. Oh, God. You know, twice, historically speaking, people have tried to rename the Metroidvania genre. And both times they failed. They're not Egavanias, and they're not search actions. Find me, officer. I admit it's cheeky of me, who comes up with genre names all the time, to refuse to use a genre name that was made up, but I stand by it. They're Metroidvanias. Moving on. So, in case you didn't notice that, I didn't have control over that sequence. The game just forced me to walk out into that obviously going to fall over sequence. Just to be very clear about how railroady this game is. Good morning, Scales of Justice. How's your day going? I love how getting hit just resets your charge bar completely. That's just so great how that's a thing in this game. Actually, yes, Blade Jamal. Yep, Monday. Born on a Monday. Sorry. Riveting. I'm probably supposed to use missiles here, but, you know, I avoid that whenever possible. For reasons I don't even feel the need to explain. I mean, the indie games almost always use terms like Metroidvania. It's more the AA and AAA markets that are like, no, it's search action. I'll do your stupid kill thing. Or not, apparently. Can I just kill you? Yeah, there we go. Cool. I mean, listen, if a AAA company treated you with an ounce of respect, then I'd get suspicious. I'm just saying. I mean, these are the same people who saw the colossal, astonishing failure of Kill the Justice League and immediately decided to double down on that. Because, and this is their big reasoning, you can only monetize a good game that sells successfully once, and therefore that's not worth their time and effort. That's weird. Anybody else have that Twitch pause Dakota just... Dakota just mentioned? You see, Brangwin, you're thinking too hard. Or, perhaps more accurately, you're thinking at all. This is just how I get back up here. Okay, well, then we'll just reset all that, I suppose. Or... for God's sakes, get out of the way, get out of the way. I am searching, but there's not a lot of action going on. Yeah, it's actually funny. A lot of people think that the MOBAGE numbers can apply to live service games. Did you know there is a mod for this game, Asdamine? I don't remember what it's called, but it's like a really big overhaul mod. It also strategically edits several cutscenes. I'll just say that as is. Anyway, so if those of you don't understand why that's insane, that people think you can make a live-action game like a MOBAGE game, well, one of the ways that MOBAGE games work is they're dirt cheap to create. It takes very, very, very little time, effort, and money, and people, in order to make a MOBAGE. Live service games usually involve giant studios, hundreds of people, and lots of big, flashy effects. I mean, to go back to Kill the Justice League, that game took years to make and a major publisher and was extremely expensive. It was a huge financial failure. Never mind critical. Ugh. No! Stop doing what you're doing. The reason I'm bringing all this up is because Darkrai is absolutely correct. Live service games are competing for a finite market, just like Mobajar. The catch is, you have to go all in on a live service game. They are expensive, they're difficult, and they're time-consuming. So, you have a lot of upfront cost for a finite market, which is almost invariably going to eventually fall over and die. I know game publishers, game creators, game executives tend to make some stupid decisions, but trying to go into the live service market is actually one of the stupidest things you can do, even if all you care about is money. Even if your only goal is ripping as much money out of people as possible, it's still a stupid thing to do, as multiple recent failures have showcased. And we have plenty of test cases of how stupid this is. Hell, we have 2 superhero examples of that within just the last few years. No, I don't have super missiles authorized, so. Okay, this is very clearly where it wants me to go. So why was Helldivers 2 successful? Marketing is a lot more difficult than it sounds. There's a lot of art and a lot of science to marketing. And then there's one thing that most marketers will never tell you, because if they told you it, they would be in risk of losing their jobs. The biggest element of marketing, the key critical component of marketing, by far, is luck. No matter how well you market it, no matter what you do, even if you do everything absolutely perfectly right, there is still a chance that you will just not succeed. And conversely, even if you do everything wrong, there's still a chance that you will succeed. It is luck. I agree there's not enough co-op games in general, and I agree that the co-op market is undervalued. One of the reasons Pax and I maintain a freaking list of games that are co-op for us to play is because it is a finite pool. But anyways, say Helldivers 2. Cheeky, fun, co-op, and came out in an era in which it was also cheaper and doesn't have a lot of DLC, or any DLC, I'm not sure which one of those things is true. And it came out in an era when people were just absolutely sick of the kind of crap that were, I don't know, like Kill the Justice League, for example. So, that is a winning formula. But I was actually going to bring up the PlanetSide thing, too. One of the biggest things that drew me to PlanetSide was the persistent world state. The fact that you do something and then it sticks. I'm going to have to look this up, aren't I? I'm going to have to Google this. I am just that pathetic. I do not know what it wants me to do. Evo! Good morning. How's sleep coming? That's another thing. A lot of people underestimate the value of good cheese. I don't know why. Because there's a lot of proven evidence that people really enjoy good cheese. Don't tell me the Resident Evil series is successful because of its deep, dark implications of the human nature. And don't tell me that The Expendables or Fast and the Furious are successful because of their emphasis on family. It is. Good cheese is super popular, which is why it always boggles my mind how much creators, and this is true in television, in movies, and in games, how much creators don't seem to acknowledge how popular cheese is, how good cheese can be. Cheese can be misused. And some things can try for cheese and absolutely fail at it. I'll use a direct example. Just Cause 4. A game we've reviewed which reviewed extremely badly. Keep in mind, one of the selling features of Just Cause is the cheese. I agree with Takoda. I think there's some old boyism going on with regards to acknowledging that. Oh my god. Then again, dipping a Snickers bar in some melted cheese, like nacho cheese. Anyways, trying to figure out where I'm at in the game here. I would try it, Blade to Fall. It's probably gross, but I'd try it at least once. Okay, so... blah, blah, blah. There's that. There's the boss fight, the QTE fight. There's the lava section, which we just did. Is this where we are? Hang on, hang on. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, here we are, here we are. I just found a room that's like several rooms back. Give me a second to read the walkthrough. Blah, 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 flew. Massive ice cavern, standing above a deep pit. Doors visible. Step forward, plummet. Yep, okay, that's the room we're in. Fight the mini-boss. Okay. Hang on. Narrow, blue-lit tunnel. Oh my god. I am so stupid, or this game is bad. Bonus points. It could be both. Heal over here. I mean, I've tried coffee beer once, Talia said. It was terrible. Alright, did you see it? Did you see the way they progress? Right here. I'm going to be totally honest. I 100% did not see that until I saw a screenshot of it. God damn it. So I was at Gen Con. They had something called the Froth of Con. No, no, no. And, oh, right, I do have a freeze beam. You know, this whole game I haven't been able to use it on anything, so I sort of figured I couldn't use it on the terrain. That is actually basically logical. I think I just have to wait. What do you want to bet? I think that's all it is. Yeah, that's all it is. Anyways, so they had the froth of Khan, because geeks. And it really was. It was just coffee mixed with beer. That's all it was. It was terrible. It was so bad. Oh my god. I cannot put into words. You like jumping on enemies to shoot them, right? Because that's going to be a lot of the combat in this game, I'm going to be honest with you. Or, conversely, waiting around until you can jump on an enemy to shoot them. Dude, there you go. Nobody else at Gen Con was brave enough to try it. I don't blame them. They saw my face when I ate it. Hey, there we go. Boy, that really was just a really long wait. That's all that was. Just waiting a really long time to be able to jump onto an enemy with this physics engine. Look at this. I can almost assuredly make the wait shorter with lit missiles, but I think we all know my feelings on using the missiles in this game by now. Do I like beer? No. I'm not a fan of alcohol in general. But beer's probably towards the lower end of my own personal preferences. I'll usually take hard liquor over beer, because at least hard liquor just tastes like, you know, fire. Another enemy I can make quicker by hitting him with missiles. I should mention that every enemy in the game can be killed quicker with missiles, which I only point out because I'm going to be giving negatives to that. Because, again, the missile mechanic is awful in this game. I cannot overstress how much it sucks to use missiles in this game. Like, words are not going to convey what it's like. Missile is first person and your feet root to the ground when you do it. You can dodge while in missile mode. I don't know how. Oh, shake. Yes, I do have that unbound, actually. I guess I could bind that really quick. It's not that hard to do. Where's the shake input? What are my options? Do I have R used for anything? No. Do that. There. Waggle, waggle, waggle. We'll see if that does anything. What's the plot of this game? Oh, I can tell you extensively about the plot. Which brings me to my next big complaint about this game. Kingdom Hearts syndrome. No, it's not about a... It's not about a game where the plot is so complex you can't figure it out. It's not about darkness. And it's not about belts. No. Kingdom Hearts syndrome. There we go. Jesus. Is a situation in which... hang on, let's see if this works. Oh, cool. Kingdom Hearts syndrome is actually really common, especially in Japanese works. I know sometimes it happens on accident, because writers often have, like, the end points of a story over here kind of already designed and ready to go. And then they start making the game, make the game, make the game, make the game, make the game, and then they start running out of time, or effort, or care, or money, or whatever, and then they just kind of pad it out and then rush over to the end, right? Kingdom Hearts 1's story, this is not a joke, is like, here's a bit of story, then here's about 15 hours of filler, and then here's the actual story of the game, right at the end. And again, that's a semi-common thing, especially in Japanese works. Not a big fan. I mentioned that because we're about 7 hours into this game at this point, and so far, this is not a joke, we are 2 sentences into the story so far. As of this... Yeah, no, I know, as do they all do that. Kingdom Hearts 3, which is a good game overall, still does that. Drives me bonkers. Anyways, 7 hours in, here's what's happened. Sentence number 1. There's a space station that sent out a distress signal, and we got there, our old team was there, and we're going to investigate. Okay, sentence 1. Sentence 2. There's some suspicious stuff going on, and we probably have a traitor. I should mention there are 5 story threads, distinct plot threads going through this game, of which we haven't really touched on any of them except for the traitor plot thread. Can you stop being in first person? Yeah, if you were to be really generous, we are a paragraph into the story. I am not that generous. Sorry, flashing lights warning. I keep forgetting that. I apologize. This cannot be how they want me to progress. They cannot expect me to bomb jump in this game. I liked Vermintide well enough, but I liked Vermintide 2 a whole lot better. Please get some good rest, Evo. You deserve it. Yeah, that looks like I could squeeze in there, but I cannot. Waggling is doing nothing. I can, however, just regular-ass jump. I didn't even know I could regular-ass jump. That's funny. Nothing anywhere told me I had the ball, whatever that's called, the ball jump. Oh yeah, I think we started a boss encounter. Mini-boss, excuse me, mini-boss. Well, whether or not the Japanese plot is worse than the English plot is kind of, I think, a matter of opinion. Because, let's be very clear. I've read the Japanese plot of this game. I did my homework. I am, after all, someone who actually gives a damn about reviewing my games, and I'm not a games journalist. So, yeah, no, this is not better in Japanese. And if I can be blunt, I'm with Takoida. It's better in Japanese as an excuse, which, frankly, doesn't apply here. We're not reviewing the Japanese version of the game. This is not the version of the game we got. In fact, unless you go way out of your way, you can't even play the Japanese version of this game. Is it worse in English? Well, once again, I think it's kind of a matter of opinion. So, what's worse? That Samus desperately wants the love and attention of her father figure, or that she's having a midlife crisis? You be the judge. I have to use missiles, don't I? While being shot. Ugh, come on. I would say both are equally bad. And I'm not just saying that to cop out. I've actually put some thought into this. Because, you know. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they're equally bad. They're both crap. Yeah, let me heal really quick. Yeah. You know what's funny is I'm not sure we have a canonical age for Samus at this point. Which, considering how much effort they put into trying to maintain their timeline, is kind of funny. But then again, they also like to be really vague about exactly one game in the series. Can you guess which one it is? No, it's this one, Darkrai. It's this one! It's this one! Put up with your crappy mechanic, and that was my reward for my troubles. Very intense fight. Oh my god. Yeah, remember when Devil May Cry 2 had like a single sentence acknowledging it? Devil May Cry 5? Well, nothing has acknowledged Other M. You could say Fusion acknowledges it. Why am I not making that jump? But Fusion came out before this. What? So if you're paying attention during the intro, Samus has a single line of dialogue where she implies that a large amount of time has passed. Not how much time, just a large amount of time.
Sequence complete.
I mean, a large amount of time could be a couple weeks, you know what I mean?
The creature's corpse showed signs of what looked like Metroid predation, making my mind race. Metroids? Here? Impossible.
God.
Metroids can't tolerate cold temperatures. They couldn't survive in this environment. Besides, they're extinct. The baby was the last of its kind.
Oh, hey. We haven't had one of those in a while. Hey, Trihexia. What I find funniest is several of the games go out of the way to give Samus a very significantly distinct and unique look to her armor, notably the Prime games. Nope, we're still at 2 sentences. This still falls under, they were experimenting on stuff. Ugh, do I have to kill you? Okay. Come on. Stop being in this mode, please. Please, please, please. There we go. And we're dead. So that's a good question, Act. Who's responsible for the combat being crap? Well, the answer is quite distinctly Sakamoto himself. Sakamoto insisted on the game being controlled by 2 buttons. Team Ninja did their best. So, in a rare circumstance, we can actually point to a single individual and say, j'accuse, without actually being ironic or silly about it. It is his fault. Sub there, which I need to acknowledge. Let me finish fighting this mini-boss. And yeah, this is a mini-boss, by the way. The game itself categorizes it. And I'm starting to think that I agree with the enemy variety negative, for lack thereof. You notice almost every enemy is fought in the same way, by the way, which is what enemy variety is really about. How differently you engage with the enemy, not how differently they look. So, dodge, charge shot, hit the weak spot. Sound familiar? Because we've done a lot of that. Note you have to kill these to progress because this is a red door room. So, I have to kill this guy. As we already saw, missiling him in the face to get rid of his armor wasn't doing anything. Probably because it takes too many shots and the controls are terrible. We're just going to keep doing this the old-fashioned way. Oh my god, these freaking fly things just robbed me of my kill. Could you, like, not? And we're dead. Oh my god! Thank you, Tiny Shroom. I do always appreciate that support. I did get to spend a lot of time with family. I was quite grateful for. The game after this is Metroid 1. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, Tiny Shroom, please let me know. What's really sad, yesterday I went on record twice saying that I thought this game would score net positive, and I thought that this game would score better than Metroid 1. Anyways, remember you can pick up to 3 things, Tiny Shroom. If you don't want to pick the others, that's okay. I will put the others towards dealer's choice, if that is your preference. Okay, sure, game. This is actually an irritating encounter. So we've got visual noise, which makes it hard to see what you're doing, in a gray and white room, with lots of snow being blown in your face, with an enemy that is really slow and boring to fight, while it's constantly spawning an infinite stream of other enemies you don't have the tools necessary to get rid of, because you're dealing with the other enemies the entire time. This is bad encounter design. This is the opposite of encounter design right here. This is terrible. Oh yeah, there's tons of tracking going on by them and you, whether you want it or not. I don't know if you noticed earlier, I was actually able to successfully dodge one of the shots by these assholes. And then the other shot just homed in on me, having dodged the first shot. His jump attack is a full tracker. And he's a charger in general, so of course his primary vehicle is to charge at you. The other enemies are too spread out to hit them with an AoE, so you have to hit them twice. And this guy's missile thing basically can't be done in a room this busy with this many obstacles going on. Also, he has too much health, as we've already discussed multiple times. You know what? Someone, I think it was Mr. Red, made the comment yesterday, this looks like an early PS2 game. And yeah, I think I agree with that. You know, that's valid, Darkrai. I apologize for misspeaking. This is anti-encounter design. Yeah, it would be great if I had my plasma weapons right now, or my super missiles, or my power bombs. We were talking about the authorization mechanic earlier. What if you only had so many uses of it ever? Like, what if you had 5 power bombs for the whole game? Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh, I'd never use them at that point, and that's valid. I would. That would be awesome, actually, because at that point, every single power bomb is something that you're thinking about whether or not you want to use it. Do I want to just clear this room? And each one would be basically the BFG, right? It is a room sweeper. Having trouble with a boss? It's dead. Or you move it forward a phase. Why do you keep turning around every time I do that while I'm facing the thing? You garbage! You are so garbage! Stop facing that way! Oh my god! Why are you facing this way? Turn around! Okay, just alright. This is just my life. Oh my god, I hate everything in the world. I should mention I am trying to dodge constantly, but the dodge is so automatic and so out of the player's control that the game only acknowledges that I'm attempting to dodge periodically, which means I'm getting hit. Like there. There's no cheats. No recall or divine intervention is possible in this place. I mean, I actually don't know if there's cheats. This is a Wii game. Who knows? I have no idea, Act. Even move. Oh my god. Okay, and we're dead. I have a headache. Oh, look at the range on their attacks. Those frickin' bugs. They can just shoot you from across the entire room with accuracy. Why aren't you dodging? Why aren't you dodging? You know, if I had a dodge button, you could level this at me. You could say it's my fault for not dodging, because I'm the one not hitting the dodge button. Problem is, I'm hitting the dodge button constantly. And once again, this is a red room, so I have to kill these people to progress. This is mandatory. This mob is actually classified as a boss. So that makes sense. Come on, and they're gonna respawn while I'm doing the thing. Yeah, there you go. My God, quit it! Quit it! Quit it! I have never beaten this game before. Like, in general. Did I mention you cannot shoot missiles without having a lock-on, by the way? Have I ever told you that? I don't know if you know that. But you can't shoot missiles unless you have a lock-on. So, you know. Cool. Okay. We're past the volcano section, Arcus. It's so much worse. It's so much worse than I remember. 4 rooms. You go through 4 separate sequences of being on fire, taking damage, and then the boss pops out, and that is the exact moment at which he's like, oh, yeah, hey, you know, you should use the Varia suit to live against this jackass. And it's like, oh, thanks, Adam. I didn't know that. So this looks like the thing to get up there. It is, of course, completely frozen over. And I have a plasma beam, canonically. Cool people hang on platforms. Scrubs stand on platforms. You know the worst part? So I kept saying this is a red room, right? Well, it turns out I was wrong. It wasn't a red room. As you'll notice, even though we've killed everything, the door hasn't opened. You see that? Door is still red. I should mention that Adam is in the control room, controlling which doors are locked and which ones are open. Please think about that for approximately 5 seconds. If you think about it for more 5 seconds, you might get an aneurysm, so consult your doctor before thinking about Adam's actions for more than 5 seconds. I haven't looked at the guessing sheet lately. I'm sure it's impressive. Door unlocked. So there you go, Arcus. No cheats available, apparently. Oh, no. So Alex and I have disagreed on game design several times. I really hope this isn't another one of those. Alex, if you're watching the VOD, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't hate me, Alex. Okay, you can hate me. You were authorized to hate me. Enemies do not drop HP, no. In fact, in total contrast to Metroid, logic, the only reason to fight enemies at all is if the game forces you to. Because they don't drop anything. Did you know that in other better Metroid games, not only do enemies obviously drop stuff, but they drop different stuff, different drop rates and different loot tables in order to specifically inform game design. To use a specific example of that, they came up with an enemy type in Super whose main job it is to have a high drop rate of super missiles. That way, they can place that enemy in rooms where they know you need super missiles to make sure you'll always have a source of super missiles and won't be soft-locked. Huh. Do you mind sharing, as to me? Like, help me out here. What am I missing? Yeah, some of the games pull the Zelda approach to drops. In other words, it drops based on what you're currently missing. Actually, Super does that too, by the way. In other words, if you have full health, enemies will not drop health. They will drop whatever else you need. If you're full on everything, enemies will drop nothing, because you're full. If you're low on missiles, they'll drop missiles, etc. You can actually use this tactically, depending on how you're playing the section. Yeah, it's almost like there's some good game design involved there. Yeah, and keep in mind, once again, canonically, we have the gravity suit right now. Currently. Like, whatever you might debate about the Prime series and whatever we carry forward from the Prime series, this is after Super. As the saying goes, kill me, Kratos. Kill me. See, I don't need to kill those guys, so I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna move on. Yeah, that's actually true, Talia said. The original Metroid was very deterministic. Most drops, most enemy attacks, even some of the way that movement works was all very, very, very patterned. It would do A, then B, then C. A, then B, then C, and everything was like that. The NES added a RNG table, which changed how enemies could attack, how jumps could work, and of course what drops could happen. Which is better... Speed booster. Another thing we have right now. Cool. Hey, Adam. Adam? No?
The most efficient way through here should be delivering shoulder impacts with your speed booster, so I'm authorizing its use.
Thanks! Wow, that wind-up time. Oh, that is eye cancer. That is straight up eye cancer. Listen, Elcor Plate. Yeah, the Shine Spark, which is almost always one of the absolute greatest options in these games. Yeah. Anyways, Okay, so you like, it sounds like enemy design, Estabine. I feel like I would enjoy enemy design more, and I hate to keep harping this on, if I had a freaking dodge button. Because as you say, I have just not been having good luck getting the dodge to operate when I want it to. Speaking of, Jesus Christ. Thank you for the abject lesson in what I was just talking about. Also kind of wish that, you know, I could shoot more than twice in a row. That'd be nice. But I bring that up because I could see how some of these enemies could be good enemy design, which makes sense. This is Team Ninja, right? Like, it's not like they don't know how to do enemy design. It's not like they don't know how to do boss design. Let's heal really quick. There we go. Cute game. Thought I didn't see that there. Neo is probably what you remember them most for. N-I-O-H. I'm not even sure I'm pronouncing it correctly. I had to spell it for a couple of people when they were asking what the game was. Well, thank you, Dakota. They also did Dead or Alive, also known as Boobs! And Ninja Gaiden, also known as not as good as the originals, but also Boobs! But no, they're known for Neo. I don't know if Neo has mammary glands. I have no idea. Good morning, Ismira Star. Boobs! Okay, we're done. I am being facetious. I will spit venom at myself for misaiming a lot of my hatred towards Team Ninja over the creation of this very game. That is on me and not them. I have refused to play Dead or Alive, if that counts. I should have mentioned that Dead or Alive, which is a fighting series, by the way, first came into my experience, it was the first time I found out about it, thanks to Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball. If you don't know what that means, please do me a favor right now and go Google image search Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball. Note, this is not safe for work. No, Twitch might ban me from streaming porn. Yes, there are objects other than volleyballs in beach volleyball. But for real, from what I hear, and you can ask Dakota more about this because he's far more familiar with the series than I, Neo's pretty legit. And it's a game series I'm actually looking forward to playing someday. Oh my god. So one time, I in no way want to body shame anybody. But there was a stream that a friend of mine saw. It was in her recommended feed. And it was a woman playing, God, I think it was Fortnite. It was some random game. It doesn't matter because the game took up, maybe like a tiny thumbnail on the stream. Half the stream was devoted towards her, bent over on a table, and the camera was in front of her, so you get a nice good shot of her cleavage. And she was wearing a bikini that was clearly not designed or fit for her body type. Now, all of that's just whatever, right? You're probably just like, whatever. But no, this is the worst one I've ever seen. Because of the back. Because there was another camera, that was the other half of the stream, which was set immediately behind her ass. Which was in a string bikini, of course. And that was it. That was the stream. Front shot, Backshot. Oh, and Fortnite. I don't like to use the word ugly, given how ugly I am. But that was ugly. I actually shared that with my sister, who is far less prudish than I am, and she was disgusted by it. Quite in fact, I was showing her, and my niece, the eldest niece, walked over, was like, "Can I see?" And my sister's reaction immediately was, "No, you cannot." Oh my God. Oh, wow, Rex. I don't actually know what to do here. To the walkthrough. What do you got, walkthrough? What do you got? Hi, Jaded Font. Oh my God, Darkrai. Oh my God. Oh my God. You know, I probably wouldn't be quite as pissed about that whole thing if they were on their own platform, which didn't affect my platform. My job is objectively made worse because of those people, to be blunt about that. But I know. I get it. They can't make the money they otherwise could on something like OnlyFans or Pornhub or whatever, so they stream on Twitch. And they get tons of views and tons of money. The issue really is with Twitch. Twitch themselves are the ones who are the most to blame here. And they are the ones who deserve my ire. Okay, apparently the answer is just to dodge my way across here. That's it. That's the solution. Yeah, I just need a dodge. That's it. You know, if I had a dodge button, I wouldn't have even considered that for a millisecond. You know what? Actually, agree completely, Cashel. That's a good comparison for what Adam should have been. Instead of this nonsense. I should mention, just to be really clear about my opinion here, I actually have nothing against sex work as long as it's safe, sane, consensual, right? As long as you're being taken care of and not being taken advantage of, cool, do it. I don't care. Oh my God. Actually, quite the contrary. I think we need more protections for sex workers in this country because there's too much of a stigma attached with it, you know? Like, oh, the children. Bullcrap. Just a bunch of old prudes. Yes, Dakota. Alright, time for the hot tub stream. Today we're playing Metroid in the hot tub. Because that's the dumbest thing I think of. I could probably come up with dumber if I really tried. Yeah, making Shine Spark boring. That probably deserves a negative for Kit and for Viscerality. Like, do you remember what the Shine Spark looked like in, just random example, Super and Fusion? Which I remind you, both of which are before this game. I think I just remembered which room this is, Rex. Is this room? Oh god, it is this room. Okay. There it is. Sorry. I was actually trying to get rid of all the enemies. How do you make platforming boring? 101. Make it slow. I may actually be soft locked here. You'll see what I mean in a second. Let's see if I can manage this. Luck. Oh, okay, hang on. So you're probably wondering, what's the issue? Well, for reasons I have never figured out, I cannot shoot a charge shot in first-person mode. It will not let me. I do not know why. So, the way I've been getting past each of these puzzles, and there's been several so far, where you have to shoot a charge shot of the thing, is to very carefully do it manually by just being at the right height. Like, well, like I failed to do just there. If anybody has any idea why I cannot shoot a charge shot in first-person mode, please, feel free to jump in here. 'Cause I have no idea what's going on with this. Here, watch. Okay. Hang on. I might be able to swing this. If I don't lock on. Holy crap! I can do it as long as I don't lock on. Oh, I'm sure it's an emulation thing. That's why I'm not giving it a hit, because I don't remember that being an issue. No. So as long as I'm not locking on, I can shoot a charge shot. I'm going to have to actually remember that. Camping chairs are nice, if they're good. Dodge. Okay. We're just gonna keep going here. I wonder why I'm shooting. It's so I can see where I am in relation to the wall, by the way. There's a little bit of a depth perception here. So I'm just not screwing around with that. Don't care. Don't care. I am never 100%ing this game, and I'm okay with that. This will be the only Metroid game I do not 100%. Ever. That wind-up time. And, of course, it's a red door. I really wish they'd stop making me jump on enemies' backs, though, if I'm being honest. That's just... Does it have to keep being the way to deal with every enemy in the game? Oh, wow, Rex. I believe you. I have 100% at every Mario game, now, after the Mario block. And I'm happy with that. I'm comfortable not 100%ing every Metroid game. After all, this isn't what I would call a Metroid game. Hey, Dr. Winter. You done being invincible yet? Can I attack you, please? Just use a missile, Lord. No. Okay. Oh my god, really, game? Oh my god. Okay. No, every Mario game, not every Wario game. There's a difference. I haven't even played most of the Wario games, honestly. Oh my god. So you see why I'm not enjoying this very much, Estimate. I hope I'm at least doing a good job of explaining why. I'm just like, ah. I stand by what I said earlier. I might enjoy this more if I could actually play the game better. But yeah, that's the final thing about the aiming thing. I haven't even brought it up yet, but it's such an obvious thing, I guess I felt like I didn't have to. Every time you switch between modes, the camera awkwardly jerks into first-person mode. Which I suppose makes sense, but it's also jarring as hell. It's actually why Team Ninja put a slowdown... Game. Oh my god. No, 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 no! It's why Team Ninja put a slowdown in when you do the mode change. Here, watch this. Or, well, I was gonna say watch this, but then it had me facing the wrong way! Anyways, there's a slowdown for a few seconds to give you a second to get your bearings. It's still disorienting as hell, though. Hey, look, I can't shoot more than twice. Why? I have no idea. Does anybody know why I can't shoot more than twice? No, Talia said. Sadly, this is not an emulation issue. The not shooting twice thing might be an emulation issue, and the not being able to shoot while locked onto something is definitely an emulation issue. But that's it. The rest of this is just the controls being awful. In fact, as I pointed out earlier, these controls, and I'm speaking from personal experience here, are actually better than using a Wiimote. For those of you who have not been around for the 3 or 4 times I've said this, here's what playing this game is like with a Wiimote. Here, I'll put it this way so you can see the gray a little bit better. So I've got the Wiimote here, and I need to shoot something. I have to do this, and then shoot, and then go back into this mode, keep moving around, and then go back to this. And there's just this pause every time as you completely switch control modes. I should actually mention I'm doing it wrong because I don't want to hit any of the buttons here. Picture the actual physicality of holding on to this, okay? So, over here, right? Your thumb's over here. You're holding onto the right side of it. But when you go into shoot mode, you need to move up. You need to move your grip up so you can grab the B button, which is on the underside of the front of the Wiimote. Up here. So, it's actually a transition each time you're doing it. Like this, not just switching between this and this. Oh yeah, also keep in mind, there's a little bar there, which tends to need recalibration regularly, which you have to be like, hey, in order to make sure that it actually knows you're pointing at the screen, because it doesn't always work quite right, because that bar sucked. So let me state with total sincerity, this game plays better in emulation, despite the 2 bugs. Thank you, Dr. Winter, very much for the sub. Do I think this game could be improved by a remaster? Yes, but I don't think it would score net positive if you did that. It would get rid of the controls issues, because we've seen that, right? We've seen that they know how to port Wii games to the Switch and make them control worth a damn. So, could they do that? Yeah. Will they? This game has been pretty far down on the ignore it forever list. And if they didn't port Mario freaking Galaxy 2, I don't think they're going to touch this nonsense. So that's going towards Darkest Dungeon, Evil Genius 2, and the SNES block. You got it, Dr. Winter. Thank you again very much. Okay. Oh yeah, by the way, that overhaul mod I mentioned gets rid of the first-person mode entirely. You just shoot missiles, you know, in this mode. It's wild how much that improves the game, just like that. Hang on, let me look up the name of that stupid mod, because I had a person ask earlier, too. Maximum Edition was the name of it, but apparently there's something new called Redux. Which is a iteration on it, but it's called Maximum with 2 X's. Maximum. No, the sound design is pretty generic and almost entirely stock. Now, point of order, a lot of Nintendo games use stock audio design, you know, stuff you buy on a CD. But they usually do a really good job of using it. This game does not. However, I have already given this game a plus for music. Not because I can hear it in the game, but because I've heard it because I've played the soundtrack. And actually, there's some pretty decent tracks in this one. Go figure. So, plus to music, sure. Plus to viscerality, yep. And I've been thinking about this. Plus to combat and plus to enemy design. The fact that the enemy design is hampered by the other things does not change the fact that the enemy design is decent. So I actually think I agree with Astamine. And that is how the system works, right? The enemy design is fine, the rest of the mechanics are not. That's the issue. So positive, negatives. Hang on, the battery saver feature just turned on. Okay. Listen, you can't use the nunchuck. It's just, it's so better in every way than playing with just the Wiimote. Listen, we need to go back to basics, Dark. We need to make sure as many people as possible can play this game. I should mention that that is the official line that he has said multiple times, and that Team Ninja repeated, that he wanted the game to be as accessible as possible, so he made the game as badly controlling as possible. I bring that up because I think that's a lie. Or at the very least, I think he is lying about it, and everyone else is repeating his lie because that's what they were told as well. I think he really was nostalgia tripping. I think he was thinking of the good old days of the NES and wanted to go back to A and B. Hey, Potato. How's your day going? Oh, hey, it's this guy again. I believe this is the third and possibly final time we've seen this guy. Ah, the good old days when everything was better in every way, except for, you know, everything. Actually, I do. Unironically, I think the Nunchuck Wii console combo, God, lore, is one of the better control schemes over the years. And I mean that, sincerely. Now, the reason I think that is pretty much the same reason I love the Joy-Cons so much. It allows me to detach my hands from each other, which is not only a huge comfort thing, but a bit of a quality of life thing for someone like me, whose back tends to hurt over long periods of time of sitting here like this. Now, the motion controls are crap, and that's its own problem, and the waggle can go directly to hell. But I do like that kind of split thing, even though there was a cable connecting the two. I was still with it. And I played pretty much every Wii game like that I could. Oh, I guarantee you that Sakamoto had some hubris at this point. Remember, he himself is almost assuredly the source of the I created Metroid thing, which I remind you is a lie. And he also was considered to have not been able to do any wrong amongst the creative circles, since he had headlined both Super and Fusion at that point. I have said this for years. I also think he had a bit of stung pride about Prime just overshadowing his games so much, you know. I mean, let's be honest, a game producer getting an ego and ruining games as a consequence of said ego, that's just a Tuesday. So it's not like he's that bad. In fact, amongst the game developers we've covered like this, he's probably not even top 5, or 20, or 30, or 80. Fortunately, that very much is the norm. Occasionally, you'll see someone actually eat some humble pie, recognize it, and be like, you know what? You're right, I'm sorry. Yeah, Randy Pitchford, oh my god. A literal scam artist? Bobby Kotick isn't a developer, so I'll walk away from him. Sure wish I could aim a little bit. Find a lock-on, maybe? Is that an option? I mean, Sakamoto did help put together Super and Fusion. Make of that what you will. And yeah, Dread is legit. I honestly think Dread is going to score the best of the Metroid block. I really do. I would love to say Super will, but I think Dread's going to take it. Now then again, I also said that this game we're playing right now would be a net positive, so what the hell do I know?
Maurice.
Oh no. Pornstache has struck again. Probably Triaxia. Oh no, it's Madeline Bergman. I mean, we are going to be... No, I shouldn't say anything about that. Come on, there we go. Listen, this is a Metroid game, okay? You need to have exploration in a Metroid game. Still a little too slow. Do I think they'll ever remake Super? No. Do I think they'll ever remaster Super? I'm a little surprised they haven't. Then again, they keep porting it forward, so it's very much not console locked. I should also mention that Sakamoto is known for being pretty good once he's working on a project. I mentioned that because one of the things he said with regards to this very game is that his team sucks and they have no idea what they're doing, so he's going to go off and work with some other teams, with blackjacks and hookers. Then he made this crap. Then he went back to working with his team, and they started putting out some good games again. There were several games in between this and Dread, mostly of the WarioWare series, which is his actual main franchise, by the way. As I said before, Sakamoto is actually the Wario head, not the Metroid head. Let's point that out. Anyways, yeah, they've drifted too much into the WarioWare stuff, which is fine for what it is, but I wouldn't mind a new Wario Land. Internally, Mr. Red? No. Externally? Yeah, I think he ate his humble pie externally. I keep mentioning all those interviews and stuff where he's like, no, the game was perfect, the game was perfect. I should mention that much more recently, after the release of Dread, he gave another interview where, I don't remember what he said, forgive me, but it was basically, yeah, okay, Other M was a mistake. And it took until Dread came out for him to finally say something like that. And I don't think that came from within, you know what I mean? Oh, man. This is going to sound like a weird complaint, but one of my biggest disappointments? I don't know what to call that. For Fusion was that the thing in that game didn't track you the whole game. Game. Why are you doing this?
Don't come near me! I know why you're here!
Okay. Exactly, Esdamine. They're still good, and they're still going to get story positives, but, man. Other M occurs after Super.
I'm here to rescue you.
You're lying! I know the Galactic Federation wants to silence everyone who knows about our work here.
So this is the third most recent game of the timeline. After this is Fusion, and then Dread.
How can I trust you when your troops are willing to kill each other?
Oh my god, there's a traitor! No.
Stay away from me.
You like the shaky cam? Isn't it nauseating? Isn't it just dizzy-inducing? Look at this. Look at that. Wooga, 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 wooga.
Listen to me.
If I was here to kill you, I could do it right now.
We're here to rescue you.
Just saying. So, next boss fight.
Hurry, this way! Wait.
It's the traitor! You know, I'm not a big fan of slow-mo in general, but overuse of slow-mo is just the worst. Also, the fact that this guy actually thought he could kill Samus is adorable. I say that knowing I'm about to die in this fight, but I still stand by it. Come on. Best use of slow-mo ever? Honestly, probably The Matrix. The first one. Let me move for 5 seconds, Jesus. So, by the way, to really make the point I made earlier, and this is leading into some negatives, because of course it is. Have you noticed how the traitor plot has taken front and center for the entire game so far? The whole game has been the deleter. They haven't even mentioned the name the deleter yet, actually. I just noticed that. The whole game. Game. God, dodge button. The whole game has been, oh my god, the deleter. The traitor. The traitor. Like, the whole thing. I'm sorry to keep emphasizing the point, but we are 8 hours into this game. Well over halfway through this game. And every single story beat has been about the freaking deleter. Remember that when the storyline stops abruptly, and if you're not paying attention, stops without any kind of conclusion. No, Jesse's mask! Just for you, Jesse's mask, I sacrifice myself to you. Thank you very much for the sub, as always. Jot this down here. I guess I'm technically sacrificing Samus to you, but whatever. Dungeon, Overlord 1, and Overlord 2. You got it. Appreciate as always. Thank you. Oh, heck. That's true. It's realistic to not always get closure. Continue? No, I'm good. Not yet, Ross. Believe it or not, I was still going at this point. Well and truly sick of the game, but I'm still going. By the way, to really emphasize the dodge button thing, I hate to keep hammering that point in, but did you know the dodge button instantly charges your charge shot? Which is significant because a lot of the game sits on using the charge shot. So if you're dodging correctly and accurately, then you just insta-charge, which is great and actually a pretty cool feature. If you had a dodge button, which you don't. I am aware of how the game ends, yes. Never actually found it on myself to YouTube it, because I didn't care. It'll be my first time watching it. It'll be great. I'm sure it's going to be so much better than I imagined. They do, Malcolm. They want you to run towards... It's very Dark Souls-y. They want you to run towards projectiles and dodge through them or past them. Other and most references... what's the worst 80s action flick we can think of? Game. Game. Okay, sure, whatever. Notice we're not even damaging this construction hauler, by the way. I know everyone likes the power loader from Aliens. I include myself in that. But, like, surely we're doing some damage to this thing with Samus, right? Oh my god, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. There we go. Alright, now to find out who the traitor is. Oh, I guess he's dead. Oh, whatever. Okay, so now can we find out who the traitor is? Oh, he escaped. Off camera, literally.
The woman believed that the Galactic Federation was sent to the bottle ship to...
Yes, that was literally the last cutscene!
And no wonder. She'd been attacked by someone wearing...
This just happened!
And she...
It was literally this, then boss fight. That's it! Why are you replaying this?
I had to agree with her. There was a traitor among us.
Samus.
Super sus.
The wavelength of that monster's cry is driving the other creatures into a frenzy. They've grown markedly more aggressive. It appears to be hiding in Sector 3 now. Take the elevator ahead of you to the main sector. From there, head to Sector 3. If you run into that thing, hit it with your plasma beam. You've got to take it down.
Oh, am I authorized to use the plasma beam? You asshat. Oh my god, I hate everything. And how did this guy escape, and to where? Like, where does he escape to exactly? The elevator that we could have just watched? Like, I want you to picture this scene, okay? He's like, I escape! And we're like, huh? And he just gets in the elevator, and it just goes, and he's just sitting there awkwardly as the elevator's going up, and we're just staring up at him as he's leaving, you know. Oh my god. Has Metroid ever been this bad? I mean, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. He's just hiding under the power loader, waiting for us to go away. So we look under the power loader, and he's just like, "I'm not here. I'm not here." Slowly puts on the hat. Okay. I've mastered the art of moving very slowly so that I might become invisible. I'm not sure how 2 will score. 2 is another Metroid I've never played all the way through in one sitting, just like Fusion. So I'm not sure what we'll see with 2. It is a Game Boy game, and that's... We'll see. I mean, it's a Game Boy game. Oh, excuse me. But we will see. We will see. No. Thank you. Bye. One way or the other, there are only 2 games.
Crafted into killers running free, the bottle ship had been turned into a nightmare replica of Zebus. And then here came Adam and the others. At this rate, the plan the Federation wanted to keep so secret would be revealed. So they sent in an assassin.
Oh my god.
Someone to wipe out any survivors, as well as anyone who learned about the secret project. KG, James, Anthony, and Adam. Could one of them really be a traitor? Until I found out who it was, I decided to call
Oh, here it is, here it is, here it is!
The Deleter.
Dun dun dun!
On top of everything, I started to think about that woman. Was she the one who sent the distress signal? And could she be the person in charge here? Madeline Bergman. Either way, I knew I had to protect her. She would be targeted again. And she wasn't the only one in danger. I, too, would be considered a threat here.
Oh my god! Do I need to say anything? I knew it, Jesse's mask! It was you! Jacques! Delete! 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 And nobody's gonna get that, but I'm gonna make that reference anyways. Honestly, it's probably gonna be Mega Man 5 for us. Oh, God, I can't remember what I was saying before she broke my brain with her stupid narration.
Sequence complete. Process successful.
I can't remember. We were talking about, like, the old Metroids. God, I don't remember. I can't even. Actually, that was not a Death Note reference. That was a WWE reference. Sorry. Yeah, 2 is a Game Boy game. 1, like Ross had just said, he still likes Metroid 1. And I was gonna call him extremely insane. I'm kidding. I that was like what was prompting it. I don't remember the specific thing. I mean, wrestling is just live action anime. And that's part of what makes it awesome. Oh, you'll notice how the game is constantly referencing Metroid 1, Super Metroid, and Fusion. I think that's on purpose. I think that in addition to trying to nostalgia bait, I really do think that Sakamoto, or mind you, wrote this story, was really pushing for the idea of this being a member berries, right? Oh my God, remember back in the day when Metroid was great? Wasn't that great? That's just a vibe. Oh yeah, also notice it completely ignores the primes. Not even a hint of a reference. And I remind you, the primes had been out for a bit before he even started writing this. Okay. So, it's just a vibe, but I get the very strong vibe that there's some deliberate attempt at, you know, pushing that particular side of things and completely ignoring the rest of it. I don't know, I'm talking in circles now, but I think you get the point. Flashing lights warning as I try to get the timing here. There we go. Yeah, it's almost like the controls are actually smooth and natural during these sequences, so they play pretty fine. Oh yeah, I need to tell Spartan that Metroid Pinball and Metroid Hunters are like $60 each. So, get that firmly into we'll see territory. Yes, Magister, sometime before the heat death of the universe. Is that it? I guess that's it. Alright, whatever. Well, I got an energy tank, so I can't complain about that. Lord knows I keep getting hit all over the place, because dodging... Oh no, my greatest enemy! Glass! How are they able to shoot through? Keep in mind, I have Wave Beam. Canonically. Point that out.
Samus, you need a permeating shot effect to get past this. I'm authorizing you to unlock your Wave Beam.
Oh, Thanks! Thanks, you asshole! I hate him so much. I mean, several games, actually, Crazy Horse. I'd have to look up the full list, but yes. I really want you to picture, just to really hammer in how stupid this whole thing is. Samus is just like, oh no, a pane of glass that I could effortlessly shoot through. But Daddy hasn't told me I could shoot through it yet, so I better not do that. So, the thing is, we need to give Mercury a decent chunk of the credit for the 2 Metroids that came after this that were actually worth a damn. Samus Returns is kind of its own thing, because Samus Returns is very much Force Awakens. I'll talk more about that when we get there, but the long and the short of it is, that was a very safe game to dip their toes back into making Metroid games. Now, it worked, and I enjoyed that game for what it is, so make of that what you will. In fact, at the time, I was one of the only people who really liked that game, so yay. But then there's Dread. Dread's just amazing. Everybody agrees that Dread is amazing. The biggest negatives I can hear about Dread is that it's not as super amazing as some people say it is, but it's still amazing. That's how good Dread is. Like, I'm sorry, if you've made a game where the only argument people can level is how good it is, as opposed to whether it's good or not, you've probably made a good game. The bosses definitely have too much HP, although everybody, every time I bring that up, someone argues that you're supposed to do the special gimmicks on each boss in order to push through that extra HP, which, that's a defense. Well, that's in position now for whenever I get back there. Good morning, Luke. Or you could have let me do that game. I was even prepping to do a sideways spine shark, but no. No, let's give me a cutscene instead. Reminder of one of the biggest complaints about Devil May Cry 4. Can I do this cool stuff, please? Oh, nice, Loke. Maybe. Maybe that's a nice thing. I don't know. I mean, you are the Night Reaper, so it makes sense, right? That's right, we gotta make this game accessible. Ooh, there. There you go. Yeah, you know, this scene right here is actually committing almost all of the major sins of platforming. Did you notice that? First of all, it's isometric. For those of you not aware, isometric is objectively the worst possible way to do platforming. No matter how you do isometric, it's always going to be wrong. Because you are combining people who have problems with left and right with people who have problems with depth perception. And in games like this, where you can barely see your own shadow, which is what you usually use to do platforming in an isometric sequence, you can't see it. So there's no usage of the shadow, so you can't even use the trick to get away with it. Like, I love Mario 3D World to death, but that game's platforming could be really problematic. See around Crazy Horse. Then we added the fact that they gave you one of these kind of sloped areas. You know, the Mario slope. You know the one. Oh, hang on, you can't climb up that. And you just kind of slide down it very slowly. Hey, DC Maven. So, good first game to get into for Metroid. God, that's actually a tough one. Because I wouldn't recommend Super first. But that basically just leaves Zero Mission. Oh, hey, imagine getting to this point, realizing this isn't here, backtracking through everything I just did, going all the way back through the Avalanche section, getting this thing, and then coming back and doing this. Thankfully, I knew better because I remember doing exactly that. Yeah, honestly, I'm thinking either Prime 1 or Zero Mission. I think those are the two picks. I would never recommend doing Dread first. So, for those of you who don't know how I do recommendations, I never recommend the best of a thing first. Of course, it's an elevator boss. I usually recommend what I think of as the most seminal game first. The game, or show, or book, or movie, or whatever, that will most get across the idea of what the franchise you're getting into is. If you like this, there's a good chance you'll like the franchise, good and bad. I have many, many recommendations to that front over the years. Final Fantasy IV, Mega Man 2, Season 3 of TNG, etc., etc., etc. Can't think of the other examples off the top of my head, but there are several. So having said that, yeah, no, I think I'm going to go with either Zero Mission or Prime 1. Especially now that Prime 1 has the remaster, which fixes a lot of issues with the original. Oh, don't mistake me, it's mostly the same game, but it is a really good remaster. The new visuals actually help navigation in addition to just, you know, looking better. And the new control options are fantastic. The first Mario game's World. No question, no hesitation. If you want a first 3D Mario game, that's Galaxy 1. But it's Mario World. 100%. First Zelda is, ironically, Ocarina. I know that's going to cause some hackles. No! Oh, God, what was that? Game, get out of first-person mode. Oh, my God, he hits like a truck. And, of course, he's a red door. Yeah, I would say Link to the Past if you want to check out 2D Zeldas, but I'd still recommend Ocarina because 2D or 3D, Ocarina is very seminal Zelda. I haven't either, Asdamine. I know plenty of people who don't put 6 as their favorite. That's actually pretty normal. But everybody who's actually a fan of FF tends to like FF6. Come on. You know what? Rather than suffer through this. Seminal Call of Duty? That's easy. Modern Warfare 1. The original. Okay, here we go. Hey, Hourglass. Gotta pull out them hair with the tweezers. No, my sister does that. Listen, all I'm saying is that FF6 is the grind. Yeah, I actually remember. I'm not going to call her out, but there's someone who was like, FF6 is too grindy. Her favorite FF, by the way, is 2. Now, hang on. I'm not shaming her for liking 2. That's her preference and her opinion. But I put those two facts side by side because how do you like 2 and then think 6 is grindy? That's confusing to me. That I don't understand. I even said that to her face. I'm like, what? Thank you, Hourglass, very, very much. If you know what 3 things you want to put that towards, please let me know. Thank you. The fan favorite FF? Usually 9 crawls its way towards the top of that list. If you're talking about popular consensus, the 2 that almost always get to the top of that list are 7 and 10. 10 is one of the most popular FFs, which is always weird to say that, but it's true. Probably because the PS2 bump, obviously, but also because 10 was a lot of people's first FF because of the PS2 bump, right? Yeah, that's why I adjusted my answer as to mean. Popularly, yeah, it's 7 and it's 10, duh. Yeah, the FF10 duology has sold bonkers well, and for good reason. It's a good game. Don't try to sound like I'm not saying that. But that's why 10 is the most popular, or at least in the running for the most popular. Okay, so can I have an indication of how to fight this guy? Oh my god, this is the hardest fight in the... Oh. This is our first Radogi, and I didn't even recognize him. Yeah, these guys suck. We're going to have to fight this guy 6 separate times. Isn't that cool? Yeah, FF10, there's a reason I put FF10 in the flawed masterpiece category when we did the old review series. 10 is a very, very good game. Asterisk. Same with 10 too. Same with 12. And yeah, 10's also a really good opening. In fact, fun fact, other than 4, the other FF I usually recommend you start the FF series with is 10, to see if you like the whole franchise. If you like 10, you're probably going to like the other ones. So let me read up on this for a second here. Blah, 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 blah. So don't jump. Okay, cool. Grab. Is that it? Okay, that's it. Alright, that's not much of a strategy. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything I'm missing about this encounter. Okay. Any series I would suggest playing one game from. Yeah, I'm struggling with that one. No, you're absolutely right, Hourglass. I think I saw a comment to that effect. Might have been you, I don't know. Oh my god, these things. These things hit like a truck, too. Look at my health. Look at how much health I've lost on this elevator encounter. I haven't even reached the boss yet. Yeah, I can think of several movies like that, but games? Tips for starting FF5. do not be ashamed to use a walkthrough. FF5 allows you to do so many unique, fun, interesting gimmicks and strategies and combos, and there's good gear displacement, and there's good dungeon design, and there's good boss design, and it's the only FF in the entire series that actually allows you to, you know, do things like cast death on the boss and have it actually stick, right? But use a walkthrough, because you won't find all that stuff playing it normally unless you're just experimenting. But that brings me to my second biggest advice for FF5. Experiment. If something sounds interesting, try it, because it works. Everything works in FF5. That's part of why its gameplay is so freaking good. It's one of the truly rare FFs where you have to work really, really, really hard at it to have an unviable build. It is possible. It is possible to have an unworkable build in FF5. But by God, you've got to work for that. And yeah, if you're playing the Pixel Remaster, turn on the job points, like triple gain or whatever. Just walk past that grind. You know one other thing I don't like about the sound design of this game, from a gameplay perspective, that I should probably give a negative for? In a lot of Metroids, I listen for when my charge... He just hit half my health! 50 damage with a single attack! Oh my God! 50 damage! These things can 8-shot me from full health. Damn. By the way, I have the Varia suit now. You know, the thing that increases my armor. Did I mention that once you're hit in this game, you can't start dodging because you're hit and can't initiate the movement necessary to dodge, because dodges just move? I hate this game. I hate this game so much. Six times I gotta fight this guy, as a reminder. He's only actually got 3 attacks. I don't know if you're paying attention. He's got his swings, which I occasionally dodge. And then he's got the grab attack, if he's close enough. Then he's got the I-beam attack, and that's his Vuln phase. Riveting. I mean, let's be honest, Mr. Red, you wouldn't like FF6 anyways. It's too good of a game. This is not for you. This is for the boss fight we just did. Him. Thank you, Savacom. As always. Are you traded up? We've run dry. We've run dry on trades. Oh, my goodness. Who are we fighting? Well, so far, and I want to stress this for a moment, 100% of the screen time has been devoted to the Deleter. So apparently we're fighting the assassin sent by the Galactic Federation. 5 more encounters, DZ Maven. Is this worse than Starfield? Man, I don't know. I know you're not a man, but like, dude, I don't know. You know, this is just... Savacom, why are you donating to the Mario 2D and 3D blocks? We did those last year. It was our December streams. I'll put one of those towards the NES block. Yeah, no, FF6 is... One of the big themes of FF6 is actually not just hope, but hope fulfilled. Of things are awful, but they can be better, and then they are better. And that's a really important distinction. Hope by itself is just kind of, you know, hope is fine unless hope never happens. If hope never happens, no spoilers, that's FF10. FF10's overall dominant point is hope unfulfilled. Yeah, it's a poison, exactly. FF10's false hope is a poison. That's one of the dominant themes of that game, is everyone's differing perspectives on false hope. One of the central villains, again, no spoilers, their main point is that false hope is better than no hope at all, because everything is doomed and there's nothing we can do about it. So they deliberately engineer false hope so that people can at least survive. That's FF10. Thematically. I know, Hourglass. Oh my god. This game. It wants me to die. That's what it is. It wants me to die. Which FF is the most tragic? That's a good question. Wait, what? Power Bomb. Cool. Actually, yeah, Type 0 probably qualifies. My god. But, yeah, just counting, like, the main FFs. And I never will, Mr. Red. That's the best part. Yeah, I would say FF2 is probably the most tragic. Yeah, look, space. 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 Well, FF2 also, if I can be blunt, the tragedy, the reason I call FF2 the tragedy is because bad stuff happens, end sentence. Things don't really get better by the end of FF2, if I can be blunt. It's just everything's awful and then the game stops.
This elevator is bound for the main sector.
I've honestly theorized a few times, I think I've said this on camera, that FF2 probably was supposed to keep going for a bit after that, and didn't, for whatever reason. So I have not really played the Crystal Chronicles. Me and my friends tried to play the one on the GameCube, hated the interface with the GBA hookup cables, and then walked away and never looked back at them again.
3. A level 4 warning is now in effect in Sector 3. An irregularity has been confirmed in the geothermal...
I've heard good stuff about it.
...and the experimental simulated desert area. All staff members are asked to please evacuate immediately.
I'm not necessarily criticizing FF2 for that. I'm just saying That's why I think Savicom is right, and FF2 is probably the most tragic of the sequences, of the FFs. Because bad stuff happens, the end. And of course you can, Hourglass. But let's save that till we get there, because I know there's several people in chat who do not know. You don't know what we're in for. Game, I clearly need to go this way. Okay, whatever. Go the opposite direction. It's okay, it's okay. The Varia suit has been authorized. We don't have to melt this time. Yep, we killed God and Satan with friendship. Wait. Except that's not really true, is it? Both times it's just a horribleness. A demon in more or less the literal sense of the word. This looks familiar. Where am I? No, we didn't, Hourglass. We are streaming without authorization. Really, Spartan? Well, can I recommend RFF2, the Final Fantasy II rewrite, which you can find on the Lore Runners channel. In fact, I think it's still visible on lorerunner.com. The only reason I don't agree, Pillars of Snow, is because of FF1. And even that needs a qualifier. I'll admit, for the longest time, I thought that FF3 was my favorite of the NES trilogy. And then I played it more with more of an analytical eye, and yeah, that game's rough. Okay, so yeah, so this is the boss arena. Where do you want me to go, game? Just go through the door that Adam refuses to open for you. Oh, okay. That's all. Cool. Yeah, FF3DS, I think I kind of put up with more than anything else because it was nice to finally be able to play it at all. But every time I've played it with any kind of thought process going on, it's been like, wow, this game sucks. I legitimately think the NES version is actually better than the DS version, and that's pathetic. Of course, the Pixel remaster is out now, so that just trumps everything. Okay, so, for real, can you hit this button, Samus? So the DS version had several things wrong with it. The slowdown, so there's a lot of seconds and minutes. Let me just start with that. There's a lot of seconds and minutes, and that just kind of drags the whole experience down. In addition to that, the encounter design was changed a bit, so there's less possibilities of enemy encounters on the screen. Oh my god, really, game. But, so they buffed pretty much every enemy and boss in the game in order to accomplish that. They also gave most of the bosses multiple strikes. They also didn't do anything else to balance around that fact. So the game is super unbalanced. And then they added new characters. Cool. And then they refused to actually characterize them. Like, tell me Lunat's character. Go ahead. I'll wait. They also didn't fix several of the more... Didn't I already fight you? Glaring issues with the game. Like the relative infrequency of save points, and issues with regards to recovery mechanics, like a lack of Phoenix Downs. Then they added a very boring super optional boss, whose only main gimmick is he hits hard. Oh, and he hits multiple times around, and that's the super boss. I could see that, Hourglass. I still think it would be bad. I'm not going to lie to you. That would be better, as Blade Chaval's idea also indicated. Remind me which one the contingency was, Paramount. Damn, how did you manage no casualties, Lord Paramount? Oh, the other dimensionals. Yeah. I actually haven't gotten all of the endgame crises at this point in my life. I've gotten the freaking flood several times. Good afternoon, Jay Palmer.
Restoration sequence activated. Sequence complete. Process successful.
Yeah, exactly, Hourglass. It's an improvement, no question. I'm looking forward to our eventual Stellaris review. I'll just set aside a couple weeks for that. Probably only really play one major game, as per normal for that kind of thing. Oh, sorry, contingency or the AI. My bad. Still haven't gotten that. So that's two endgame crises I haven't interacted with. The AI and the Reapers. Or the Dimension Beings, excuse me, the Dimension Beings. Words. Words are hard, okay? Oh no, it's the deleter! Wait, no, it's Higgs! We actually give a damn about him! You better not kill Anthony, I swear to God. Okay. It's not the solution, apparently. And he's dead. Okay. Alright. Anthony is an average character. I mentioned that because that makes him the best character in this game. I wish that was a joke. Okay, you can skip cutscenes, I think? Hang on. Let's do a 100% test here. You cannot skip cutscenes.
Samus, use of the grapple beam is authorized.
Thanks. What's A? What's A? Oh god, what's the A button? There we go.
Get to Anthony and cover him.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why? Why? Oh, this is gonna be so terrible. This is gonna be so terrible. God, the grapple beam controls like ass, which I shouldn't be surprised by, because it's a thing in this game. Yeah, Super's grapple beam is not great, and it's gonna be a negative when we get there.
Samus, use of the grapple beam is authorized.
Cool, can I, like, use it then?
Get to Anthony and cover him.
I got your back, boy. Now I gotta fight this guy for the second of 6 times. Make the second platform in a row that's ignored the rule of 3, by the way. Oh god, it totally does, Tamberlane. You're right.
Whew. That was ugly. Thanks, Princess.
Yeah, no
So,
problem.
you called out here too?
Called?
Commander gave us a new directive to move as a unit. Our gather point was a navigation booth near here, but when no one showed, I figured I'd just take a look around. That's when I got jumped by those things you just saw.
What was your unit directive? I'm tracking that monster.
We were heading to the geothermal power plant to open the magma eruption port. Gotta restore the power in this place so I can see that pretty face of yours. Yeah, it seemed a little excessive to send the whole unit to do it, but he's the commander. He must have had a reason.
Samus,
Samus,
Anthony isn't the delator. Be honest with him.
how you feeling about the commander, huh?
What is this music choice?
Ian has arrived at the drive unit.
Ian, be careful out there. I know this is a routine fix, but don't let your guard down. There were 300 people on board. Their lives are in your hands.
Roger that.
I'm gonna stop doing my job to acknowledge your order, which wasn't even an order.
Commander! The drive unit's going critical!
The unit is overheating beyond our estimates, sir.
Ian!
Commander Malkovich, unit meltdown imminent. It's going to explode.
Prepare to disengage the drive unit immediately.
But Ian's still inside. Adam, I can reach him. Give me the order, please.
Lock and secure the shielding doors now.
Adam, wait! There's still time. I can make it. Please let me go. I mean, that's Ian. That's your little brother out there.
We're out of time, sir.
Adam, please, let me go. You have to trust me. Just give me a chance.
Well, all the time you would have had to do this has just been wasted by you making the argument.
Disposal immediately. That's an order.
This is such a dumb cutscene.
If we had waited any longer, it would have meant the end of those we had come to rescue, and the end of us as well. I knew that, but...
At the very least, you wouldn't be standing here now. That's what the commander was most scared of.
I was childish. No one should have to make the choice that Adam did, and yet all I could do was question his authority and make things more difficult.
Hey, you were just a pup then, and the commander knows it. Look, forget it. Sorry for hitting a nerve. We better get going anyhow. Man, if something like that happened now? Huh. Best just forget about it. I'm out.
I knew the question Anthony was suppressing, and I knew the answer. If something like that happened again, I would hold fast to that glimmer of hope and try for redemption. That's who I am.
You know my favorite thing about these cutscenes? I don't need to type up anything to justify the negatives for them. It's so self-evident. It's just like, oh, it's a cutscene. Negative to story. Oh, it's a cutscene. Negative to story. Hey, here's another cutscene. Here's another negative to story. It just works. They did. The development team, which was, I can never think of their freaking name of, oh god, D Rockets or something. I wrote this down. Where's my notes? Here we go, 2010. It is D Rockets. D Rockets made these cutscenes and put a lot of work and effort into them. It was very expensive. And remember, there's literal hours of cutscenes in this game. They all suck. All right, so. That's actually kind of funny, Blade 12. The negative cut. Oh my god. How much does it take before I get drunk? I've never been drunk in my life. I have drunk alcohol many times, but I've never hit the point of being inebriated. I am dominantly German, and I am a fairly large person. I assume that has to do with that. I don't actually know, but I've never hit the point of drunk. Yeah, exactly, Jesse's mask. So, how many negatives for the cutscene we just saw? I'm thinking 3. And I mean that. Direction. Unnecessary music. Way too telegraphed. Pacing. Voice acting and direction. Has nothing to do with anything other than to continue this plot thread of her being in the middle of a midlife crisis / desperately needing daddy's attention, depending on which version you're playing. Animation wasn't great. Came out of nowhere. Weird transitions. And then Anthony, the best character in the game, was dragged down by the way he acted that whole scene. Oh yeah, did you notice the awkward exposition? That's your little brother! Yeah, thanks for telling us that, game. Oh, alcohol will give me a headache. Not a fan of that. As you know, your father is very important to you. Okay. Who broke the bot? Who did it? Hang on, let's figure out who did it. It was Jay Palmer asking what's the rule of 3. There's a very, very common concept in game design called the rule of 3. A lot of people make fun of it, but it's actually a really good rule to adhere to. First, you introduce the concept, get the player to acknowledge that they've done the right thing that allows them to progress. Then the second rule allows you to kind of iterate on it, and the third thing is to prove that you have now mastered it. 1, 2, 3. This is true in level design, this is true in boss design, enemy design, encounter design, puzzle design. Rule of 3. Now, there's actually other rules of 3 narratively, but I'm talking purely gameplay-wise. I point this out because both the Messenger and Other M have violated the rule of 3 many times. In fact, near as I can tell, they don't have a rule at all. They just have however much they felt like giving this particular enemy health, or how many times you had to do a particular cycle of a boss. Remember when we were fighting the purple creature, the mystery creature thing, in the QTE, and it's like, stab! That would actually be a good example of a time to do a rule of 3. Instead, it took, what, like 8 shots to bring the thing down? It's not paranoia if they're actually out to get you, Frisco-born. I didn't either. I had absolutely no idea this game was going to score this bad. For whatever that's worth. I know you probably don't believe me, and that's okay, but I've literally gone on record as saying that I didn't think this was going to score this badly. And here we are. You want to hear the funny thing? My original internal guess for the golden number here was going to be about 10 to 20. So, still net positive, but honestly an insult for a Metroid game. That's one of the reasons I kept saying that I wasn't sure if other M or 1 would score better. It was because I figured 1 will score in the negatives. But this takes the smile off my face. Oh. Yeah, we need to talk to Alex Korbianiki and find out where the hell he got that weed, because, whoo, it's hooked me up, brother. Don't actually do that, that would kill me. But still, you know.
Data recording. Restoration sequence activated.
So a lot of those gameplay negatives are for the same general thing. Controls. This game controls so badly. What you probably haven't even noticed is that there's only 2 buttons. There's shoot, and there's jump. You'll notice how I'm automatically aiming right there. This is a great way to demonstrate that. You see that? It's just auto-aiming. No gameplay involved. It just aims automatically. Just like that. That's not good. In addition to the fact that auto-aim is problematic for many reasons, it also means that I'm kind of at the mercy of the game for what exactly I'm shooting at. Oh, and I'm also playing the game less. Literally less gameplay involved. Oh, I see what it wants from me. Oh, I didn't even see that. Speaking of absolutely terrible controls. By the way, if you were playing this game, please keep in mind that we have to do this first person, and then switch back to third person in order to do this, in order to switch back into first person. Please think about this. Please think about what that means. If you're actually playing this on a Wiimote, which obviously we are not. Of course you can. The whole reason it's editable is so you can add your names for that stuff. There was a bit of a purge recently because a lot of people just hadn't been using the guessing game for months or years. So we just erased every name, and people who care obviously can re-add their name, and woo. I mean, if I'm being honest, I'd probably emulate what every other third-person action game in the universe does. Give us a lock-on feature. Give us a lock-on, which is a third button, because we have more than one button, and then give a lock-on switch. You know, toggle between things you can lock on, just like every other third-person action game in the universe. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, that's not a great system, but it's better than this. Why are you in first person? There we go. Jesus. You know, I don't actually know what the A button does off the top of my head. You'd have to give me a moment to pull up the manual. Because remember, the A button in this context is like picture the Wiimote. The A button's like over here. I think the A button does nothing. Hang on, let me double check that. Because actually, I had to pull up the I had to pull up the instruction book to figure out the key bindings to rebind for this game. Oh, good that it did me. Let's see here. Give me a second. Okay. What does the A button do? Ah, of course! I'll show you what the A button does in just a minute. Actually, can't show you right now. Oh yeah, there's our next boss, by the way. Have you noticed it's just boss, 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 boss? It makes so much more sense when you consider that this is a Team Ninja game. It's just... Have you noticed that sometimes it's literally 2 corridors between bosses? Have you caught on to that yet? Because that's been that way the whole game. Okay, so this is what the A button does. When this game came out, they were most known for Ninja Gaiden. In fact, it was their work on Ninja Gaiden that got them this contract. Sakamoto really enjoyed the 3D Ninja Gaiden games. To be clear, Team Ninja did not work on the 2D Ninja Gaidens. They took over for the 3D Ninja Gaidens. Completely different franchise. Even though they keep insisting it's the same continuity. They had also done the Dead or Alive games at this point. And would eventually work on their actual, hey, we figured out what we're good at, the Nioh games. Nioh. Shoot. Shoot. Please shoot. Please shoot. Okay. The Dead is actually good. There we go. And there's the boss fight. I told you, boss fight after boss fight. There's Ninja Gaiden and Nioh. I actually don't know how boss fighty Nioh is, but I assume it's just like Ninja Gaiden with boss fight, boss fight, boss fight, boss fight. I mean, it's a Souls-like, right? So, it's kind of their shtick. Truth be told, I don't actually remember my Starfield nightmares right now. I told them on camera. If you're really curious. Well, you know. Okay, so never mind. I guess they walked away from the boss fight concept. Which makes me wonder, who demanded all the boss fights? Sakamoto or Team Ninja? What was that? Why are you in first-person mode? Get out of... What are you doing? I know, Hourglass. Nintendo games are known for good controls. That wasn't always true, admittedly. It's certainly true now. Why would I use the elevator? Don't be silly. Oh god. Donkey Kong Country Returns. A great game.
It looks like that monster is headed to the geothermal electric power generator. Track it and put an end to it.
Ruined by its control scheme. And yeah, New Super Mario Bros. Wii. We just covered that a couple months ago. Well, like 4 months ago now. And yeah, Skyward Sword, a game I refused and hard vetoed until the Switch version came out. I'm amused at how many power-up items I'm just skipping over at this point. I'm not even doing it on purpose. It's just I'm not going super far out of my way for all that crap. They did make sense, they just caused me physical pain. So, you know, screw that. I'm still slowly blown away by the fact that there's no item drops. Like, that sounds like such a weird thing to be bothered by, but I keep having trouble processing it. I was just thinking to myself, I could top off my energy really quick, which is why I bothered to kill that guy. And then he dropped nothing, and I was like, oh, right. I think this might be a kill to progress, so let's kill to progress. You gonna let me do anything, game, or do you just... Okay, cool. 2 hours, I think, playable. I don't know, someone check it. What's the speedrun time for this game? Any percent. That is correct, Friscoborn. Although, that was also Link Between Worlds. But I'm pretty sure you're thinking of Skyward Sword there. There you go, 2 hours, 11 minutes. It's sad that a normal speedrun is that much, is that little longer. Oh my god. There we go. Hard mode is 1 hour and 53. So if you're wondering, what do you think hard mode is in this game? Like, if you had to guess. High HP, that's a good guess. It's a good guess. HP and damage, yep. Unfortunately, J. Palmer is correct. You die in 1 hit. That's hard mode. So don't get hit. Ever. What's really sad is most people who are good at this game agree that hard mode is pretty easy. Remember, the dodge roll is infinite, with no cooldowns. yeah. And yeah, honestly, if this game had proper controls, I could do that on stream. That would not be hard. I probably still wouldn't, because time, but point remaining. Can you, like, turn around? Nope. Okay, cool. If dodge roll had a cooldown, that becomes a lot worse. Immeasurably worse. See if I even need to kill these guys before we bother. Yeah, okay. I cannot put into words how awful the grapple is, by the way. It's still not as bad as Super's. Whatever that's worth. I don't think the gameplay could have been awesome, no. I think there's still some fundamental issues with the game. 4 issues. Having said that, I think the gameplay would be a lot better with a proper control scheme. Like, a lot. You asshole! Fine. You know what? You get to die. Just for fun. Do me a favor, someone. Look up when Metroid Prime 1 came out, then look up when this game came out. Just for funsies. Wow, 2002. That's older than I thought it was. And 2010 is, of course, this game. I knew that one by memory. Yeah. That sounds about right. That's pathetic. I'm sorry to be so blunt about that. Usually I try to couch my negativity in something, but that's pathetic. Yeah, that's embarrassing. They should be embarrassed to be so thoroughly schooled by a game that came out 8 years earlier and a full console generation by an unproven developer who had no idea what they were doing. Seriously, one of these days, when we cover the Primes, I'm going to tell you the story of Prime 1, because holy crap. Yeah, Prime 1 was a 3D Metroid, which had the audacity to be a first-person shooter. Nobody thought it would succeed. Everyone thought it was the dumbest idea in the world. Including me. I will put myself under the bus there. I don't know, Ect. There you go. A little excessive, but, you know. I mean, yeah, Spartan, this is what everyone, including me, was expecting. I actually did not buy Metroid Prime 1 at launch because I wasn't doing great at that point in my life. But a friend of mine had played a bit of it and offered to lend it to me, and I was like, sure, let's do it. Why not? Oh, Prime was definitely a Star Wars game, 100%. That game should not have succeeded. It had all this cards stacked against it. It didn't have studio support. It had a flagging budget. It had a literal scam artist who was a scumlord. Like, in addition to being a scam artist. God, it had so much going against it. And it was coming out on the GameCube, which was considered to not be doing well financially. Although, there's some asterisks to that. But point is, it was considered a disappointing console after the N64. By the way, we're to battle number 3 now, if you're paying attention. Yeah, no, the problem with the GameCube is it wasn't the PS2. That's really what it is. Several people have looked back and said, oh my god, you know, the GameCube was terrible. No, it wasn't. The GameCube had a solid library and sold plenty well. It had multiple console movers, and they did well for themselves. But the PS2 is the best-selling console of all time for a reason. That reason is a DVD player. Among other things, to be fair. Sony pushed the PS2 like crazy, and sold at a loss for an extremely long time. And they're capitalizing on a growing, let's call it mentality, which was common at the time, which I'm going to refer to as, pause, which I'm going to refer to as, hey, do you want to play a baby game for babies? Or do you want to play a real man's game? Oh god, this is going to be irritating. Alright, here we go. Okay, now pause. Sorry to do this, but in order to actually do this, this is one and only thing that is purely the emulator's fault. In order to heal, I have to effectively pause the game. There we go. That's harder to do than it sounds. Please don't make me go into first-person view with this nonsense. It's going to make me go into first-person view. Okay, cool. In a very short period of time, too, so I'm guaranteed to die here. Let's... Still got hit. That was 3. Yeah, next generation, the Wii won. Go figure. What's really funny is, I'm not a big fan of the Wii. Sorry, I'm probably the only person who finds that funny. It's just... the common consensus, really, when it comes to these, is not one I tend to agree with. I don't want to kill you. Fine, go away. Let's heal. The Xbox 360 is a perfectly fine console if you don't look at it from a technical level. Because, holy crap. I think the Xbox 360 currently has the record for one of the the buggiest and least reliable main console ever. The only reason it doesn't win that in general is because old consoles exist. The Red Ring of Death and the reasons for it. If you ever study the Xbox 360, there's a lot of behind-the-scenes info we have about how they engineered it, how they put it together, and let's just say it was a really unreliable box and leave it at that. My brother-in-law's 360 did finally perma-die. 5 years ago at this point. Congratulations, Jay Palmer. You rolled a 20. Which, I mean, good. Was it intentional? No, not at all. Like I said, look up some of the behind the scenes sometimes. It's kind of fascinating. The Xbox was considered a marketing flop. So a lot of people were like, okay, we'll just do it better next time. Blackjack hookers, etc. And then they made the 360. Yeah, the 360 was a very inefficient machine from like a circuitry level, to make this very clear. It's frankly shocking the machine is as good as it is. I think the PS3 won that particular generation. I could be wrong, though. I'd have to look it up. So the PS3 is different. Oh my god, I hate this so much. Come on. No. The PS3 launched really badly at first. Could you go away, please? Thanks. I'm going, like, really the wrong way. Where do you want me to go, game? Yeah, the PS3 launched extraordinarily badly, and that combined, you know, the obvious physical limitations of the price, combined with all the other issues they were having, led to the PS3 not doing super well at launch. PS3 eventually overtook a lot of things, because they tightened it up a bit, but the PS3 was also a colossal mess under the hood. However, whereas the Xbox 360 was a mess hardware-wise, the PS3 was a mess software-wise. The PS3 was a huge pain to program for, as opposed to literally would break because of things like heat and current. Okay. The PS4 crushed its particular generation, and the Switch has won the most recent one. Lord knows the PS5 is not doing well for itself. Yeah, then they got rid of it, Junk Garage. Go figure. Yeah, it wants me to go this way. I think so, Melker Blade, yeah. Come on, stop doing this thing. Thank you. Yeah, it wants me to go this way, but like... Oh. I mean, Sony, by all reports, has been dumping buckets of money on people to secure Sony exclusives. Okay, I guess we'll try this way. Which has actually been working out pretty well for, you know, the companies making those exclusives, because it's a big chunk of change. Now, why Sony is doing that, I have no idea. By all accounts, Sony is losing money on that, but whatever. As if Sony's ever concerned itself with making money. Please. not, please? Well, the Switch is doing its own thing, as Nintendo honestly always has, and that's been working out pretty well for them. If we discount the Switch, I guess the Essex is probably winning right now. Yeah, I guess it wants me to go this way. Okay, whatever. Excuse me, giant lava monsters. Yeah, there was a saying, oh god, I think it was Phil Spencer, who was like, yeah, we don't compete with Nintendo. And a lot of people took that as an insult, and those people are stupid. Because, no, that was a statement of fact. Microsoft doesn't compete with Nintendo because Nintendo doesn't compete with Microsoft. Or anybody. In a huge amount of households, and there's factual data backing this up, this isn't just some kind of presumption, there's a Nintendo console, and then there's either an Xbox or a PlayStation. This is gonna suck, isn't it? Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, it's actually not as bad as I thought it was, because there's so little control here. Guess how I swing from thing to thing. Guess the tactile interaction of that. If you guessed hit the jump button once, you win. Congrats. I was concerned, because, like, the grapple is just kind of awful to start grappling, you know? But no, it's just the jump button. Did you notice the door going forward was locked until I saved, by the way? That's just hilarious to me. Yeah, the Nintendo is kid-friendly attitude and argument is so out of date at this point, it's hilarious. But it's been very prevalent, at least in part because of the ad campaigns of the PlayStation 1 and the PlayStation 2. The gritty, dark, adult games don't go on Nintendo, obviously. At least not since the SNES. It's right up there with cartoons are for kids, or, you know, video games are for kids. It's a general cultural consensus thing that has no basis in reality. Now, one moment, I need to check something here. I apologize for the clicking. I'm just trying to figure something out really quick. Yeah, Switcher 3 exists. Having said that, a lot of people say that Nintendo games are for kids, and those people are really, really stupid. Because that's actually not true. For pretty much the exact same reason that, for example, My Little Pony. Oh. It is, I'm right. Is not for kids. It's for everyone. That's the distinction. Nintendo games are for everyone. They're for me, they're for you, they're for my niece, they're for my sister. Those games are designed to be for everyone. And that is a distinction, because for kids is its own thing. I'll use My Little Pony as the example. MLP, the only show I call MLP, but to be clear, it's the Friendship is Magic show, is for everyone. Except for Season 1. Season 1 is for kids, and it shows. To use another compare and contrast, the recent MLP show, which I have unfortunately gotten to see a bit of thanks to my nieces, is for kids. It's not for everyone. And I'm not a fan of G5. In fact, if I can just talk with pride for 1 second here, my middle niece, who was getting into MLP G5, was then introduced to Friendship is Magic, which she likes a whole lot more. Anyways, I also have to give Nintendo credit. It's harder than it sounds to make something for everyone. Because this game right here was supposed to be for everyone. Remember that? And a lot of the bland wallpaper-paste movies and games of the last 20 years have been designed for everyone. They've just failed. Because most people think design for everyone means to bland everything down, to really grind it down, process it into this gray, gooish paste, and therefore nothing will be bad for anyone, as opposed to trying to design something that has ups, right? You can play Mario Odyssey. Sure, Lord Harriman. You could flat disagree. You can play Mario Odyssey and just kind of like have fun with it and just kind of go through and do the mandatory things and, you know, bouncy your way through it. And basically just do the MSQ and have fun with it. And the MSQ is designed to be smooth enough and progressive-y enough that it just kind of doesn't really push you all that hard, which is fine. Or you can go explore, or you can get the optional moons, or you could try alternate methods of progression thanks to the level design. What I'm trying to say is they started with something that could work for kids, and then they could actually branch it out into multiple different aspects for other people while never changing the baseline, the for kids element. Because that way it's for kids and for platformer people and for adults and for grandparents and so forth and for so on. If I had to redesign this game, what would I keep without changes? As to me, same question to you if you're still there. Ow, that was my back. Oh, and by the way, no judgment if you like MLP G5 or MLP Season 1. That's fine. It actually is, Blade Jamal. The problem isn't how good or bad it is. That has nothing to do with anything. It's about the focus. It's about the design focus, and I don't want to get too much into that argument right now. So all I'm going to say is, Season 1 was designed for kids, and Season 2 and onwards wasn't. The design was different. The focus was different. The result, that's debatable. So what would I keep? The melee. I'd change around how it controls. I'd change how it functions a little bit. I'd add more melee moves and more interactions in melee with different enemies. So each enemy has a different thing you can do to it. But I think I would push the melee side of things. Let me explain for a second. First of all, I think it's one of the more engaging aspects of the combat. Second of all, an idea just popped fully formed into my head about the authorization thing. Samus goes on board a space station. We need to avoid. We're here to rescue people. We need to minimize civilian casualties, and this is a civilian space station. Samus is a walking death machine. So rather than not authorized, she willingly just says, all right, I'll get creative. And all of a sudden, there's a whole, kind of a punch-out thing, and the game is a lot more melee-focused to emphasize her getting right up in the enemy's faces and beating the crap out of them, rather than just blowing holes at enemies that might dodge, leading to holes in the wall, which might lead to puncture into space or destruction of critical systems or whatever. And all of a sudden, we've got the reset, the melee stays in, the combat stays tight, and we can work around that with enemy design and boss design. It also means when she finally pulls out her missiles, things are real. And we can play with that, too. we could have a scene where she's getting a little bit pushed by something and she finally decides, for whatever reason, maybe frustration, maybe just desperation, maybe because she's having issues, you get to pull out like one missile, and the one missile just shreks whatever she's looking at. That actually serves a story purpose. It helps to emphasize how powerful Samus really is. That the enemy you've been having issues with, punching to death, dies to a single missile, or super missile, as the case may be. Yeah, it also helps to emphasize, it's kind of a little bit of the world of cardboard situation. Because it helps to showcase how much Samus has had to hold back constantly. How much she just constantly is just restraining herself. And it further helps to emphasize why she is Samus, Destroyer of Worlds. That's, I think, what I would do. Alright, so. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get to lunch break, who's ready for the scene that made me quit the game? Let me make a save state here, just for the hell of it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm excited. I'm excited. I think we gotta go through this guy first. Hang on, hang on. So you remember the creature we fought earlier? That's strange. It's popped out of it completely. How very weird. How very unusual. Let's narrate about it for 5 seconds. Oh, she didn't narrate! Oh my god! Actual visual storytelling! I am shocked. I am actually shocked. Holy crap. I was so shocked I got hit, because I was just not ready for that. Yep, this is it.
Samus, get out the way! Man, can't see a thing in here. We gotta clear out. Where's the exit at?
And to shoot Higgs in the back. No. God, I don't actually remember where the exit is. Ah. There we go. No, J. Palmer.
Duck. This ain't good. Well, only one thing to do, huh? Let's tear this thing up.
Wait, Anthony. Leave this one to me. Don't waste
Why?
your plasma.
For real, why? By the way, we all can tell who this is immediately, right? If you have any familiar with the franchise, it's really obvious who this person is. Who this boss is. I only point that out because the game's trying to build it up like it's a big reveal. Even though it's already shown him like 3 times. By the way, at this point, canonically, we've beaten him 4 times. If we count Mecha, that's up to 5. Okay, I don't actually know what the game wants from me here. Does anyone remember what we're supposed to do here? Oh no, I have to look in first person while getting shot. Okay. Up.
Samus, blast the eruption port to get the magma flowing.
The what? Seriously, the what? Wait, hang on. Was that a thing? No.
Use your super missiles.
Oh, am I allowed? Asshole. Oh no. Okay, there it goes. No? What? The cheat flag is not on. No, he just ignores you mostly when you're in that person. Oh, now I'm turned around. Where the hell am I? Where'd the... One of the pillars has to be blocking it. So I am not seeing it. Depends on if I'm soft locked here, Trihexia. There we go. Hold on. So, I am soft locked, but I'm not sure why. Let's try to figure this out. I've had this bug the whole game, where I can't do charge shots while locking onto something. Unfortunately, I have to lock onto something, and then, you know, hit the button in order to do a super missile. Super missiles are mandatory to progress through the game. I don't have anything else bound to it, but maybe it's a hotkey I have bound somewhere? Let's double check that. Do I have anything bound to L? I do not. I have something bound to L2. Unbind that, see if that fixes anything. Doubt it, but you never know. Nope. You see this, right? Like, I'm even charging, but nothing's happening. Could someone Google Metroid Other M can't shoot super missiles? Because that's reality. I can't shoot super missiles. And it shouldn't be an input problem. Because we're only using 2 buttons. I hate this game. It's Metroid Prime. DVD. Easier to play it. I mean, I would have put the game down if not for you guys, so make of that what you will. Yeah, there is no fire missile button, remember. Unclear it, you dumb thing. I have 20 missiles. You can check out the screen. I have 21 missiles, actually. I'm not going to say the game itself is lying, although the game itself says hold down A and then release. Which is what I'm doing. Okay. I mean, this has to be an emulator bug, but I don't know what the bug is. Like, this is such a weird thing. You see, I can hold down the button, it starts to charge, and then nothing happens. And that's really weird. It's been happening the whole game, it just hasn't been an issue until now. Alright, hang on. Let's pull up the manual again. No reason. See what the manual says the shoot missiles button is. Okay, so here we are. Yep. When locked on, press the A button until the charge gauge is full, and then release. Sure. And then Y, Colgrim. Wow. Hang on. Let me pull out a Wiimote and find the Y button. Let's see. So there's 1, 2, plus, minus, home. D-pad A and B. Can't seem to find the Y button. It's almost like you guys keep getting the Metroid Prime results. Just like Deanba did it earlier. I'm sorry. I think that's what all you're getting. I think you're getting Prime. I actually remember I had issues figuring out the super missiles the first time I did it in Prime, so that makes sense. I mean, Colgrim, you know, I don't know how to fix this. I'm going to try something really weird. Hang on. Let me check something. Okay. Let's see if this works. I don't think it's going to work, but I mean, at this point, I'm just trying. I'm just throwing stuff at the wall. Nope. It's acknowledging. Look at the upper left. It's acknowledging the charge. You see that? But nothing's happening. It's been, like I said, it's been doing that the entire game. Hate streaming Wii games. I really do. I always have. No, we're at the scene, but I can't trigger it because we might actually be soft-locked. We might legitimately have to put the game down here. Think about that. Yeah, that's hilarious for several reasons. Okay. No help here. Do I have another controller? No. Like, not at all. I mean, I guess I could try to get a Wii controller working on my PC. That would be more work and effort than it sounds like, but that is something that is possible. I don't think reloading the stage is going to do it when the whole game has had this issue. No, it's an emulator issue. This is an emulator issue, 100%. I don't even know what the issue is. I still haven't diagnosed it, and there's so little info on it that I'm kind of flying blind a little bit. Like, there's a lot of negatives that can be put at the controls of this game, but the controls literally not working is not one of them. The only one that exists, J. Palmer. Dolphin. Wouldn't be the first time we had to do that, Shadow Machine. You know, that's a good point. I haven't done that, Noctis. Okay, let's see if this works. I doubt it, but you never know. Big reveal moment.
Samus, do you copy? Samus! Samus, use your plasma beam! What's your status?
It can't be!
Samus, do you read me?
Okay. So, that is the most infamous scene in this entire game. People who have never watched this game, played this game, or know anything about Metroid know about that scene. It's so bad. It's really far into the game, too. The moment I saw that scene, I haven't even beat this boss battle, by the way. I put the freaking game down. I was done. I was so done. Now, hang on. This music's all neat and all, but hang on. Let's talk about this. So, where do I begin? Here, hang on. I know I just put a 1, Mr. Red, but that's for the scene we just saw. And of course, now, just slice this out as I respond to my mother really quick here. First and foremost, that scene sucks. I've heard several people argue that scene looks better in the Japanese version because the Japanese dialogue and format of the scene is completely different. Now, to explain that a little bit, I've mentioned that this whole game has been focusing a little bit more on Samus, and the PTSD and all that in the English version, and trying to be, getting daddy's approval. But all that's exclusive to the English version. In the Japanese version, she's having a midlife crisis. You probably noticed it a little bit, but in several scenes, Samus references, "I'm just being childish," and "I'm just a child." And the idea is that Samus is constantly thinking of herself as nothing more than a child who's never grown up. That she never actually left her adolescence, and that she is still just the same baby. You get the reference. And so, in the Japanese version, she sees that, and the reason she obviously she doesn't literally, but the reason it shows her as a child is it's supposed to it's showcase her idea that after all she's done and all she's accomplished, she's still right back where she started, fighting the same battles and never actually getting anywhere. Therefore, she's still a child. And so she's freaking out because, oh my God, my life is a lie. Midlife crisis, we're walking. Anthony steps up and she's like, oh crap, I don't have time for this. And then she curb stomps Ridley effortlessly. By the way, this isn't Ridley, to be very clear about that. If you missed that, the little fuzzy guy earlier morphed into the weird mutant thing, morphed into this thing. This is a clone of Ridley. This has nothing to do with Ridley, and absolutely does not connect to Ridley at all. It's just a clone. Except in the Japanese version, where apparently this clone has a built-in psychic hatred of Samus due to all the times that the original Ridley died to her, because that's how cloning works. Anyways, the reason it's here is because this game is a big homage to 1, Super, and Fusion, all of which have you fight Ridley as one of the dominant enemies of those games. Sure. So why did her armor disappear? Canonically, her armor is maintained through willpower. So if she stops concentrating on maintaining her armor, the armor goes away. Now, I only share all of that because I know several people who think that the Japanese version is better. I am not one of those people. However, I do have to mention that that doesn't make the English version better either, of course, because in the English version, this is very clearly straight up PTSD. Oh my God, it's Ridley. Holy crap, freak out, freak out, freak out. In fact, most people automatically assumed that since Ridley is the individual who killed Samus's parents right in front of her, in the comics, not part of the gameplay, that she was specifically having a trauma attack of remembering Ridley killing her parents, hence the showcasing of the child. As already mentioned, that was 100% not intentional and is pure headcanon. So, they both suck. And I bring this up because I've been covering games that were made in Japanese for quite a while at this point, and there's a lot of circumstances where I can say, here, let me explain the original intent that wasn't localized properly, and that should make this better. I've been doing that for a really long time. This is not one of those times. And that is a rarity by and of itself. It's also... It comes out of absolutely nowhere, by the way. Ridley isn't, like, there's no built up to it. It's just, Ridley just kind of shows up out of nowhere. Like, hi. Yeah, they've got the little dude, and then they got the mystery creature, and then it's him, but that's it. Then there's the fact that this makes absolutely no sense as you're actually looking at it. There's no logic to what's going on here. Whether she's freaking out because she's a child or freaking out because she's having trauma, neither make any degree of sense on any level. Remember that this is now the... Hang on a second. So we've got 1. We've got Prime 1. And yes, I am counting the primes because they're canon. Then we've got Prime 3. Then we've got... that would have been Super. And I think that's it. So... Not counting anything else, because there are a couple of asterisks to that, we have defeated Ridley 4 times, and killed him permanently once, which was in Super. Ridley's dead, by the way. I wasn't going to count that, Rex, but you are, of course, absolutely correct. So the idea... That's right, they did throw him out of nowhere in Samus Returns. I actually forgot about that. Sorry. 5 times, or 6 if you count the double fight in Prime 3. The Galactic Federation, so come. So, having this kind of a reaction to this is stupid on every level, makes no sense in any context, whether you're considering the fact that Samus is having PTSD, which I roll to disbelieve, or she is reverting to being a child because her midlife crisis, which makes even less sense for her to be having that reaction in the middle of a crisis situation while there is another person under her protection nearby that she cares about. Bull crap. And that brings us to point 3. What do you think is the significance of this scene? Something that has happened. No, I heard you, Hourglass. I still don't care for it because the PTSD just needs to go. How many of you have seen a time when we've covered something and there's a dumb scene, but they do something good with it? So, you know, negative, and then we move into positives. How many of you are aware of things like that, right? Like, there's plenty of circumstances where there's something dumb, but then they make something good out of it, right? I mean, Star Wars is built on that concept. This scene is really dumb. Hello, Rama. And has no impact on anything. It has absolutely no significance to anything before or after. I mentioned that Maximum mod earlier, the one that re-edits the game and kind of changes how missiles work and stuff like that. That mod edits this cutscene and chops it up a little bit. So what ends up happening is Ridley shows up, and then she goes into battle mode, and then you start fighting. Now, what is lost by doing that? Oh, that's right. Nothing. I really wanted to make my point clear here, because this is one of those extremely rare circumstances where a cutscene is so bad that we're going to break the 3 negative cap here. This is so bad. I have to actually think about how many negatives this is going to give, because we've got the assassination for Samus, and then we've got the nonsense, and then we've got the generally bad direction, most notably on music. I think we'll go ahead and put an external continuity negative here while we're at it. Cutscene incompetence, yep. Absolutely. That's a good point. This is also a good time to bring up the localization, which is not great. Yeah, this is, in all sincerity, I consider this to be one of the individual worst cutscenes in gaming. Not the worst. We've seen worse. But this is bad. This is really, really bad. Okay. Now I gotta figure out my controller. So you're probably wondering, what fixed it? Well, I have a theory. And unfortunately, I have to now try to test that theory. It shouldn't work this way at all. But, you know what, whatever. So here's what we're going to do. We do. We have precedence on this. So let's check some things out here. So that moves that to X and A. So what I have on the X button. Okay. So why don't we go ahead, let's rebind this a little bit here. Let's put this up here and put this up here. And let's just see if this fixes it. Now, I'm going to do something weird here. I need to establish something, so I apologize. So let's go hit play. Okay, so let's test something here, shall we? Hold on. I'm having issues. Give me a second. Hang on. Having issues. Please stand by. Oh, that's why. Oh my god. Hang on. This is so stupid. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's the weirdest thing. I have no idea why that works. That's got to be an emulator bug. Okay, it's okay. We can skip the cutscenes, right? Right? It's okay. This game has skippable cutscenes, right? Nope. So, that's what I wanted to test. And this is a really, really great, perfect time to test that. Unskippable cutscenes. Remember, there's a lot of them, and a lot of them are before boss battles. Like this one. Ah, don't worry. I actually made a save afterwards. Boop. Yeah, a lot of those cutscenes are long, like the one we were just going through. Game. Hey, there we go. We're dead. Oh my god. Wow. Hang on. Let's see where our checkpoint is here. Because it better be at the fight. Okay, it is. Why does it start me in mode? That's such a terrible idea. Also, this is just preference. I don't like this look of Ridley. I think it looks better in Smash. Among other things. And frankly, Prime. At least Prime 3. It's okay, I'm sure they weren't sure what to do with the character that didn't have giant boobs. Signature move. Music's been fine for most of the game. Music direction's crap, but the music itself is fine. Most of the game. Oh, and we're dead. Sturgis, tell her. That's a good point. Where is the health bar? Yeah, he's too busy trying to wonder why we freaked out during the Ridley fight. It's bad when even your in-game character's like, why are you freaking out? There's nothing to freak out over. You fought this guy 4 times, at a minimum. Ugh. Get out of mode, please? Nope, okay. Nope, still stuck in mode. There we go. And we're dead. Oh, man. If they're that good with those big Savakam, how would they be normally? Or, like, with smaller, you know? Yeah, the whole game... Oh, my God, this game! It's a really bad overtuning problem. No, stop being in this mode. Stop being in this mode. Stop being in this mode! No! Get out of the freaking mode! Why? And we're dead. Ah, god damn it. This, I should mention, this is actually a pretty easy fight by all accounts. I know that sounds weird because I'm getting my ass handed to me, but in my defense, I suck. For real, it's the controls are killing me. Quite literally. Get out of the mode! God damn! Stop being in first person. No, the Metroid Primes are not in the Metroid block. They're their own thing. Because, A, I refuse to play Metroid Prime 3 under any circumstances until they remaster it on something other than the Wii. For reasons why, see the fight we're doing right now. B, because Metroid Prime 2 needs a remaster. And 3, because Metroid Prime 4 isn't out yet. No, no, no. Okay. You know, I'd love it if the dodge would work when I hit the dodge button. That would be great. Yeah, we're fighting what is effectively a newborn. Please keep that in mind. This Ridley is like a couple days old. It's not a joke, by the way. I mean, it's a clone, but you get it. Game? Or, okay. Well, we got him to half. Ugh. I think you're right, Esme. You know, that's actually bad design if you think about it. It just lets you sit there going through the lengthy animation to die because it refuses to, you know... refuses to acknowledge that you died with the first hit. So, hang on. Watch our animation. We spent some time on this thing. Why is that over there? Game. Look at my health. Look at my frickin' health. Now look at my health. Yeah, we're dead. Oh, bull crap, that didn't count. Bull crap, that didn't count. I hit him with a super missile right before he put up his super armor. So he got his super armor up. Yeah. And we're dead. I should remind you, you absolutely have to use super missiles on him. He is actually invincible when he puts up his armor. Which means you have to trade unless you can somehow do it quickly enough. What was that? He started the fight with that. Did Neo ever pull this kind of crap? Thanks for not shooting at the thing I was pointing at, game. Appreciate you. And we're dead. Should not have hit me, but whatever. The locked health thing. Use this move to progress on fight thing. Well, I might literally die from rusty needles, so probably not that. Did that even shoot? Of course it didn't. Oh my god! That's probably death right there. Yeah, I'm just gonna let it happen. I'm just gonna let it happen. The overtuning and the health locking is not great. I have no idea, Blade 12. My favorite times is when I get hit by something because the dodge just decides not to happen. Just pretty much the only thing you can do about this, by the way, is dodge. Remember, dodge is automatic. If it doesn't happen, it is actually the game's fault for once. Ugh! I think I was too close to him. I was too close to him. Get out of the mode! Get out of the mode! Get out of the mode! No. I'm gonna go grab lunch.